I have a way that might be able to save you. If it fails, you must not blame me, but if it works, you have to buy me a few drinks." After Xianxia finished speaking, he took out a jade bottle and opened the lid. Then he pried open Bai Qi's mouth and poured the liquid into it. An unsuspecting Bai Qi directly gulped it down. But before he could ask anything, he suddenly straightened and stared at him with widened eyes, his face transformed by disbelief. "How is it?" Xianxia looked nervously at him. After a long time, Bai Qi's eyes brightened. As though he finally realized something, he exclaimed, "World source liquid? Will it work or not?" Xianxia had the urge to land a kick on him. He couldn't believe that all Bai Qi was more concerned about what the liquid was than whether it would help him or not. "Do you have more?" Bai Qi smacked his lips as seemed to develop a craving. And Xianxia directly fished out another bottle of world source liquid and poured it into Bai Qi's mouth. After chugging it down, Bai Qi took a deep breath and, unlike how dejected he was a moment ago, he had a look of determination and joy as he declared, "Stay back. Today, this old Bai will ascend to the open heaven realm and comprehend the Grand Tao." Decisively, Xianxia flew 100 kilometers away before stopping in his tracks. Looking from afar, he could see that Bai Qi had sat down in the void with his legs crossed while performing a set of hand seals. Although he was 100 kilometers away, Xianxia could still clearly feel that the violent force around Bai Qi had rapidly calmed down as an abstruse aura undulated. "It works!" Seeing that, Xianxia was finally able to be at ease. The idea of letting Bai Qi consume world source liquid suddenly crossed his mind at that time, but he wasn't sure whether it would work. He had obtained a large quantity of world source liquid from the profound heavens temple-sealed world back in the star boundary. It was a kind of liquid that was formed alongside the birth of a world. Since he collected it though, Xianxia had not found a use for it at all. In the past, he had heard someone mention that the reason Iron Blood Great Emperor was stronger than the other great emperors was that he had consumed a cup of world source liquid before in the profound heavens temple. Xianxia had also drunk the liquid, and as it entered his stomach, he seemed to experience heaven and earth splitting apart in his body, sending him into a deep state of enlightenment, one he still remembered vividly. Now, the problem with Bai Qi was that the powers of yin, yang, and 5 elements he had condensed were thrown into chaos, destabilizing the new small universe inside his body. Therefore, Xianxia guessed that world source liquid might be useful to him. Now, it seemed that the liquid wasn't just useful, it was actually the perfect cure. As time passed, Bai Qi's aura stopped undulating chaotically as the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements started smoothly blending in his body. A hint of world force exuded from his body, as if a new world had just been born. An excited Xianxia stared fixedly at him. It would take a long time before he could ascend to the open heaven realm, but after observing what Bai Qi had been going through, he would be better prepared to deal with any issues in the future. Hong! A muffled sound spread from 100 kilometers away. The chiming sound of a bell was heard coming from Bai Qi's body, and following the sound, with his body as the center, a great shockwave spread out. Several more shockwaves erupted soon after, each time causing his aura to become more solidified. Hong! 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 The shockwaves continuously reverberated as Bai Qi's aura became increasingly more powerful. There wasn't a tinge of chaos anymore while a vague illusory phantom began appearing behind his back. Initially, the illusory phantom was unclear, but as time passed, it slowly materialized. After taking a glance, Xianxia was amazed as the illusory phantom took the form of First In. As he looked at the illusory phantom, it was as though he had returned to the inn. This must be old Bai's small universe, Xianxia thought. Prior to this, he had only seen the small universe of a single open heaven realm master, which was the one that belonged to the protector venerable of Fire Spirit Island in Seven Wonders Land, Duan Hai. After Xianxia was swallowed by a myriad facets insect, which separated him from Zhang Ruoxi, he was then brought to that world by Duan Hai. It was an expansive ocean where there was a lonely island. It seemed that the small universe world of every cultivator was different. Bai Qi was a shophand of First In, so the inn was profoundly meaningful to him. Therefore, his small universe after he ascended to the open heaven realm was modeled after First In. That realization made Xianxia fall into deep contemplation. Bai Qi's condition had stabilized, so it was just a matter of time before he could achieve his ascension. On the other hand, Yang Kai was severely injured, so he decided to sit down and adjust his breathing to recuperate. As time passed, the aura coming from Bai Qi became richer, and slowly, the initially vague small universe world became solidified. All of a sudden, an awe-inspiring power exuded from him. While in the void, Bai Qi opened his bright eyes and lifted his head to unleash a howl, shaking the world around him. The small universe flashed and disappeared into Bai Qi's body in the next moment. Following that, Yang Kai saw a figure appearing in front of him all of a sudden. Bai Qi had crossed the distance of 100 kilometers and flashed a smile at him. "You don't have to congratulate me, and I'll be sure to buy you those drinks later. How many days have passed so far?" "About 7 or 8, Yang Kai replied. It was difficult to keep track of the time in this void, but supposedly it had been 7 to 8 days since Bai Qi took world source liquid. Yang Kai felt fortunate that no top cultivator had passed by this place during this period of time, otherwise they would have been alerted. "It's been 7 to 8 days. I wonder whether the proprietress is still all right." Bai Qi frowned with a worried expression. Previously, he and Yang Kai saw the proprietress battling against 4 mid-rank cultivators, 2 6th order and 2 5th order. They went further away until they disappeared, and although the proprietress was strong, she was injured. Moreover, she was dealing with 4 people on her own, so how was she supposed to be a match for them? Yang Kai replied in a grim voice, "The proprietress isn't a fool. Knowing that she wasn't a match for them, there was no way she'd keep fighting against them. If I were her, I would have snuck into a universe temple or star city in Golden Rainbow territory." Hearing that, Bai Qi nodded his head. "You're right. In that case, it's more likely that she had gone to the nearest universe temple. It wasn't certain who managed the star city in Golden Rainbow territory, but if it wasn't a force like Great Battle Heaven, fights might be allowed in the city, which made it useless for the proprietress to go there. On the other hand, conflict was strictly forbidden inside all universe temples. Otherwise, the troublemakers would have to go up against all the cave heavens and paradises. No one in the 3,000 worlds had the guts to do such a thing. "Let's go to the universe temple." Bai Qi made the decision. "Do you need to consolidate your breakthrough first?" Yang Kai asked. Bai Qi had just achieved a massive increase in strength, so he wasn't familiar with his power as an open heaven realm master yet. Although he was now a 5th order cultivator, it was hard to tell how much power he could unleash when in combat. "We have no time. I'll familiarize myself with it slowly." After Bai Qi finished speaking, he started using the universe transference law. When he turned his head and saw Yang Kai looking helplessly at him, he smacked his own head. "Ah! I forgot you haven't left an imprint in the universe temple in Golden Rainbow territory. Without leaving an imprint, one couldn't use the universe transference law to head to that specific universe temple. Go. I'll just slowly fly over." Yang Kai spoke as he fished out his universe chart and ascertained the location. "It's not far in any case. It'll only take me 4 to 5 days to reach there." A hesitant Bai Qi said, "But if you're on your own," Yang Kai replied in a solemn voice, "I'll be all right. You should immediately look for proprietress." Recalling the expression on the proprietress' face before she left, he felt a sharp pain in his heart. If it weren't because she wanted to ensure their safety, she wouldn't have moved the battlefield forcefully, giving her opponents an even bigger advantage. Bai Qi knew that they had no time to waste. It had taken him 7 to 8 days to ascend to the open heaven realm, so the proprietress might have fallen into an even more perilous situation by now. Gritting his teeth, he said, "All right, you must be careful." In response, Yang Kai gave a nod. A light engulfed Bai Qi as he activated the universe transference law without any hesitation. After a bright array started glowing beneath his feet, he disappeared from the spot the next moment. Seeing that he was gone, Yang Kai shot off towards the universe temple. Based on what he had seen in his universe chart, it would take him 4 to 5 days to reach the universe temple. Even if he charged forward at full speed, it would still take him about 3 days. At that moment, he was extremely worried about the proprietress. While he wondered if she had gotten out of the woods, he also hated Qin Ji and the others for being so devious and shameless. They had made use of a sealing yang domain to lure the proprietress into their trap. It was a lonely journey to travel across the void as, unless by coincidence, it was difficult to come across anyone in this expansive universe. 2 days later, while Yang Kai was still heading to his destination though, He felt a divine sense scanning him from the front, which prompted him to straighten his face and lift his head. There was no one within his range of sight, and after releasing his divine sense, he still couldn't detect anything. At that instant, he was aware that the owner of the divine sense was much stronger than he was, which was why he was unable to detect the other person's presence. While he was lost in his thoughts, his expression changed suddenly. That was because the person's divine sense had locked onto him instead of moving away. Without even giving it a thought, Xianxia manipulated space principles to flee from this place, and when he reappeared, he was already several hundred kilometers away. Whoever the owner of the divine sense was, the person must have had ill intentions to be targeting him. Therefore, he had to flee immediately. He felt sorrowful as he was too weak now. When he was in the star boundary, he was one of the strongest masters, but upon coming to the outer universe, any random open heaven master could force him to flee like a timid rabbit. It seemed that he could only gain a footing in this place by breaking through to the open heaven realm, just like what Bai Qi had done. However, the divine sense was still glued to him, and its intensity was growing stronger by the breath. Regardless of how many times Xianxia used instantaneous movement, he was unable to shake off his pursuer. If anything, the gap between them was continuously shortening. Half a day later, Xianxia could finally sense the other person's aura. Upon scanning this person, Xianxia was both shocked and enraged. Then, he secretly cursed at her. "It's that bitch!" The person chasing after him was none other than Yu He, who had been battling against the proprietress some time ago. Since Yu He was here, it suggested that their battle had ended. Xianxia felt his heart sinking as he instinctively felt that the proprietress must have fallen into danger. However, why was this woman chasing after a mere Emperor Realm cultivator like him? Judging from the direction she was approaching from, she must be coming from the Universe Temple, otherwise they wouldn't have bumped into one another. While he was doubtful, he suddenly heard Yu He's voice in his head. "Don't you want to know whether Lan Yurua is dead or alive?" Upon hearing that, Xianxia abruptly stopped. Despite knowing that it might be a trap, he still couldn't move his feet away. Gnashing his teeth together, he turned around and waited in silence. Yu He was a fifth-order open heaven realm master, unless he made use of space beacons, just like how he had done after leaving the Golden Crow Divine Palace previously. He would never be able to shake her off. However, even if he used space beacons, he might not succeed. The reasons he was able to get rid of the proprietress and the others at that time were that he was lucky, and that all their attention was on the Golden Crow carcass, which was why he had the chance to distract them and flee. He wasn't confident of achieving the same result this time. Since it was just a matter of time before he was caught, Xianxia decided to simply stop fleeing. More importantly, he didn't detect any murderous intent from Yu He, which was why he had the guts to take a risk. Soon, Yu He appeared in his sight, and the next moment, she was already just 10 kilometers away from him. Xianxia lifted his hand and shouted, "Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I'll make a move against you." As he spoke, he performed a hand seal with a solemn expression. Hearing that, Yu He stopped in her tracks and sized him up in silence. It was then Xianxia realized that this woman was severely injured, which made him feel gleeful as he knew that the proprietress must have wounded her. However, he was still apprehensive because he had no idea what the outcome of the battle was. There was a strange light in Yu He's eyes as she flashed a smile at him. "Do you want to know whether Lan Yurua is dead or alive?" "Yes," Xianxia said resolutely. After a sigh, Yu He replied, "Don't worry. She's not dead yet." Xianxia snorted. "Do you think scum like you all could kill her?" "Dream on," Yu He asked. "Since you're so confident in her, why did you stop fleeing? Wasn't it because you were worried? So what if I stopped?" "I just wanted to confirm my speculation." Xianxia shot her a glare. "All of you should be the ones who are worried now. Since the proprietress is not dead, your days are numbered." "You're right." Yu He nodded lightly before letting out a cough. "Our days are indeed numbered. That's why I've been looking for you." Xianxia scoffed. "What's the point of looking for me? Do you think I'll persuade the proprietress not to kill you?" Yu He said, "As long as you're in my hands, I believe that Big Sister Lan will not make things difficult for me. At the very least, she'll talk to me peacefully." "Nonsense. I'm just a shop hand from First Inn. All of you failed in your attempt to kill proprietress. After she recovers, she'll settle the score with you all." Yu He's expression changed as though she could already imagine that scene, but she still forced a smile. "Don't underestimate yourself. Although you're weak, you're fairly important to Big Sister Lan. Hearing that, Yang Kai knitted his brows. Previously, Bai Qi had told him that the proprietress treasured him, and now this Yu He had also said something similar, which puzzled him. It had only been a short time since he and the proprietress met. The only reason that brought them together was the destruction of First Inn. After giving it a thought, he realized that the proprietress had indeed been taking good care of him since the beginning. Besides giving him 7 faces and a territory shuttle, she had also gotten his shadowless veil refined by a grandmaster. After his conflict with young Master Hai, she even killed the latter outside the Star City. In light of that, the proprietress really had been treating him well. Big Sister Lan is severely injured, and she's recuperating in a universe temple. It will take her 6 months to a year to recover. Then Yu He changed her tune. Before she comes knocking on my door, I want you to follow me around. What makes you think I'll obey your order? With her mouth covered, Yu He giggled, although I'm wounded. I can still easily capture you. Yang Kai immediately used a different hand seal and bellowed, I dare you to make a move. The same fate that befell the guy surnamed Yu will also happen to you. Yu He's expression turned solemn as she recalled the sight of old Yu getting killed by Miameng. Faced with that golden rooster, a 4th-order cultivator was completely powerless to resist and had his soul separated from his body and gulped down. Although she was a 5th-order cultivator, she was heavily injured right now and was probably not any stronger than old Yu was at that time. As their gazes met, Yu He narrowed her eyes while Yang Kai looked provocatively at her. A long time later, Yu He snorted, How dare you bluff with me? Following that, she extended her hand towards him. There was a bitter expression on Yang Kai's face as he didn't even put up any resistance as he let her grab his collar. Once a bluff was seen through, it became completely meaningless. He had no Miameng golden tail feathers left, so faced with a master like Yu He, any resistance would only increase his suffering. Given their close proximity, he wouldn't even have a chance to use instantaneous movement. You really were lying. Yu He snorted and landed a knock that was neither gentle nor forceful on his head. With his head covered, Yang Kai glared at her. No woman had ever knocked his head before, which was immensely humiliating. However, since he was weaker, he could only choke down the grievance. How dare you glare at me? Yu He gave him another knock. Hurriedly, Yang Kai took a few steps back and yelled, I'm warning you. If you dare make a move on me again, don't blame me for being rude. Oh. Yu He narrowed her eyes. How are you going to be rude to me? Tell me about it. Yang Kai glowered at her, his chest heaving in fury. All of a sudden, Yu He started laughing. All right, why don't we make a deal? I'm not really in the best of condition now, so I don't want to waste any energy to restrict you, so as long as you don't try to flee, I won't make a move against you. It saves both of us the trouble. That's more like it, Yang Kai nodded in satisfaction. Since this woman intended to use him as a bargaining chip to negotiate with the proprietress, she probably wouldn't harm him. Since his life wasn't at risk, he could rest assured. Yu He slowly shook her head as she wasn't in the mood to bicker with him. After identifying the direction, she said, It's decided. Then, come with me. After she finished speaking, she indeed left the place first to lead the way. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before giving up on the idea of fleeing. Yu He was facing away from him, but he believed that as soon as he attempted to run away, she would immediately make a move. Faced with a 5th-order open heaven cultivator, he didn't have the confidence to escape. He secretly swore that when the proprietress came over to fetch him, he would retaliate against this woman. Proprietress will come fetch me, right? They didn't speak to one another on the road as Yu He had to recuperate, and Yang Kai wasn't interested in talking to her. Just like this, they traveled across the void and passed through a series of territory gates. The way they got along with one another was rather odd. Although Yang Kai was supposedly her captive, she didn't really make things difficult for him. Instead, she would deliberately slow her pace so that he could keep up. After 6 or 7 days, she finally recovered to a point where her strength wasn't impeded. In fact, 3 days ago, she had started becoming talkative as she asked Yang Kai all sorts of questions. When Yang Kai was in a good mood, he would briefly reply to her, but when he was in a bad mood, he would ignore her. Instead of getting mad, though, she always sported a smile on her face, which made Yang Kai suspect that she might have something wrong with her head. The way she kept gazing at him was especially strange. After passing through this territory gate, we'll have 2 more to go before we arrive at our destination. Yuhi pointed at the territory gate in front of them as she was flying. Your home is pretty far away. Xianxia followed her from a short distance in a calm manner. After a few days of getting along with her, he no longer felt as hostile towards her. It's not that far away. We'll have to visit the Star City over there as I'm going to buy something. Xianxia didn't say a word as he didn't have a say in any matter. Yuhi could go wherever she wanted to. However, how did this woman have the gall to bring him to a Star City? Wasn't she worried that he'd simply walk off? As though she had seen through his thoughts, Yuhi turned her head and smiled. That Star City is ownerless, so fighting is not forbidden there. You can try running away if you'd like. Xianxia pressed his lips together. It was no wonder that she had the guts to do such a thing. They had passed by many Star Cities on the road, but she only wanted to visit this one. This must be the reason behind it. After moving through the territory gate, Yuhi indeed brought him to a Star City, which gave off a different vibe from the one First In was currently located in. Upon entering the city, Xianxia realized that there were many small scuffles on the streets, and everywhere looked chaotic. Many ill-intentioned people eyed them, and some men openly lusted after Yuhi's curvy figure. However, her majestic aura made sure that no one dared find trouble with them. Instead of a Star City, this place looked more like a black market to Xianxia. This was like a gathering place for people who lived in the gutters of society. This Star City was actually a few times larger than the one managed by Great Battle Heaven, and the streets were crammed with people. Xianxia estimated that there were probably several 100,000 people living here. Next, he followed Yuhi into several shops. Seeing as she spent money like water, he was astounded, thinking that a fifth-order cultivator was indeed wealthy. Yuhi bought all sorts of things, which were either for cultivating or treating her wounds. It was apparent that she was a regular in this Star City, as she was familiar with some of the shopkeepers here. After half a day, she was finally done with her shopping, and without further delay, they prepared to leave. Right then, the crowd broke into a commotion as they looked up at the sky. Certainly, Xianxia and Yuhi were aware of the unusual noise, so they stopped in their tracks and followed the crowd's gazes as well. Upon seeing what was happening, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Presently, the sky was covered in a large region of pink fog. The fog was so expansive that no one could see anything else, stunning many. Furthermore, this fog seemed to be descending from the sky rapidly towards them. When Xianxia first saw the pink fog, it was still very far away, but in the blink of an eye, it was already hovering above the Star City and getting closer. What is that? A shocked Xianxia instinctively had a bad premonition. Before he could reply to him though, some on the street exclaimed in horror, "Grand ancient ruins rolling fog." Yuhi's expression changed drastically as she grabbed Xianxia's arm and yelled, "Run!" In the next instant, Xianxia felt his body becoming as light as a feather, and the view around him was moving backwards rapidly. Apparently, Yuhi was trying her best to flee in an attempt to escape the pink fog. Judging by Yuhi's current behavior, it looked as if she was about to face a deadly adversary. This caused Xianxia to be extremely nervous as well. He might not have any idea as to what the Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog was, but he could guess that it was definitely something bad. Everyone in the Star City immediately backed away before running to seek shelter. When Xianxia looked over his shoulders, his pupils immediately shrank. He saw that any cultivator who was unable to escape from the ancient ruins rolling fog disappeared into thin air. That pink mist was like an invisible beast, swallowing all the cultivators into its belly. No matter how high one's cultivation was, they were unable to resist at all. Xianxia even saw a third-order open heaven realm master helpless to save himself even after going all out. Not only was this happening to people, but even the buildings in the Star City and even the Spirit Province itself where the Star City was located weren't spared. With the fog spreading around, the Spirit Province simply disappeared, buildings and all. Just 3 breaths had elapsed since Xianxia noticed this Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog, and yet most of Star City had already disappeared, including everything and everyone inside of it. Yuhi clutched Xianxia's arm and desperately fled. As a fifth-order open heaven realm master, She could be considered quite strong and her speed was astonishing when she went all out. But even then, she couldn't escape the chasing fog. Seeing that the fog was about to catch up to them, Xianxia shouted, extremely anxiously, "Let go!" The grand ancient ruins rolling fog was too fast, so at this point, only instantaneous moment could give them a chance to escape. But Yuhi was tightly gripping him, making it impossible for Xianxia to use space principles freely. But where would Yuhi have the time to care about his words? Xianxia might not have any idea about how dangerous the grand ancient ruins rolling fog was, but she was very clear about it. When she sensed Xianxia struggling, she injected a burst of energy straight into Xianxia's body without speaking a word. Xianxia's body immediately went limp. He almost coughed up blood in anger, and this momentary delay had denied them the best chance to escape. The pink grand ancient ruins rolling fog came sweeping from the rear, instantly enveloping the two inside. The sight before Xianxia's eyes instantly changed as a feeling of the sky and the earth spinning around hit him. He was surrounded by a pink fog and couldn't see anything, nor could he release his divine sense. Just when he was growing nervous and restless, he heard Yuhi's voice by his ear as an orchid-like fragrance tickled his nose. "Don't be afraid, the grand ancient ruins rolling fog isn't lethal. We won't die." Xianxia furrowed his brow upon hearing this. Since it's not lethal, why are so many cultivators in the Star City terrified at the sight of this grand ancient ruins rolling fog, and escaping from it as if it was some deadly snake or scorpion? What's more, he had witnessed with his own eyes countless cultivators being devoured by this grand ancient ruins rolling fog. Could it be that those people were still alive? His body drifted through the darkness as if it was falling into an endless abyss. A soft and tender figure pressed against his hard and robust body. Even though he couldn't see anything, Xianxia still knew that it was Yuhi, and he secretly found it funny. A fifth-order open heaven master was actually feeling insecure and needed to cling to him for comfort. However, he was rather curious at this moment. He might have no idea what exactly this grand ancient ruins rolling fog was and what would happen after being swallowed by it, but he wasn't unfamiliar with the sensation he was experiencing right now. It felt similar to when he crossed the void to teleport extremely far away. After a short time, the pink mist around him disappeared and his line of sight cleared up. As he looked around, he found himself having come to another world. He was definitely not in the same Star City as before, as he was now in a wide and endless plain. There were many cultivators scattered all around him. Clearly, all of them were the unlucky folks that were just swallowed by the grand ancient ruins rolling fog. When he looked up at the sky, Xianxia furrowed his brow. What he saw was akin to looking at the face of oblivion. It appeared as if the sky would collapse at any moment, giving the onlooker an extreme feeling of oppression. Also, there were many ruins scattered all around him. Judging by their shapes and plaques, they should be the remains of the stores of the Star City. It was the first time Xianxia saw the strange sight of even buildings getting devoured. He couldn't help but be baffled by it. All the cultivators, who had been swallowed here, showed different kinds of reactions. Some were excited, some were depressed, and many were cursing the heavens. The grand ancient ruins boundary. Yuhi, looking around, murmured, "I never expected the rumors to be true." Grand ancient ruins boundary? Xianxia looked over at her. Finally, he realized that she had been grabbing his arm all the while, causing him to unconsciously glance down slightly. Yuhi immediately let go of his hand with a laugh. "The outer universe is incredibly vast and inhabited by numerous great forces, but in addition to the known worlds, there are some hidden in the void, such as this one, the Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary. The Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary appears perhaps once in a millennium, and every time it does, it vanishes soon after. No one can find its traces no matter how much they try. The only way to enter is to chance upon the opportunity." Opportunity. Xianxia raised his brow. "And this is both an opportunity and a disaster." Yuhi glanced at him. "The Grand Ancient Ruins Boundary is extremely mysterious. It's very hard to find its traces as it's detached from the outer universe. It's not even among the 3,000 worlds. If entering it is not an opportunity, then what is?" Xianxia sneered as he thought, "If it's really an opportunity, why did you flee in panic after seeing it?" Why are some cultivators cursing while others are rejoicing? Why have so many faces gone completely pale? Yuhi's face slowly became solemn as she continued in a heavy voice. I have only heard the rumors, but supposedly, whenever the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary appears, the Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog manifests, and everything in the area shrouded in the fog would be completely devoured. But one would only believe the rumors to be true when they have finally seen it with their own eyes. Xianxia ponderingly asked after hearing this, you mean to say that we can leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary? Yuhi replied, of course. If there was no way out, how would rumors about the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary spread? It's just that one can't escape from this place by force. As long as one remains here for a certain duration, he or she can naturally leave this place. And how long is that? Xianxia furrowed his brow. After knowing that he could leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, he wasn't so worried anymore. At least he wasn't afraid of being trapped in this damned place for a lifetime. I'm not sure either. Some say that it's 10 years, some say it's 20, and some even say that it's 50 to 100 years. I guess that the time limit for each opening is different. Xianxia's face turned serious. He might be able to take it if it was just a decade or two, but if he was trapped for more than half a century, it would be really bad. The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary isn't safe either. You must be very careful here. Yuhi continued, staring at him. If 20% of those who enter this place leave alive, it's considered quite good. It's that dangerous here? Xianxia asked, frowning. Yuhi agreed, nodding. There are many ancient exotic beasts living here, each and every one of them extremely strong. They can slaughter an entire city quite easily. Moreover, human greed is the most dangerous threat of all. While speaking, she glanced at the cultivators around them, who had all kinds of expressions hanging on their faces. Xianxia slightly nodded before asking, you said that it was an opportunity and a disaster. I understand the disaster, but where is the opportunity? Yuhi chuckled. The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary opens once every 1,000 years or so, and the number of people who can enter it varies greatly each time. If the Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog swept through the void, perhaps no one would be able to enter even if it opened. As far as I know, the last time someone entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was several millennia ago. No one has been here for several millennia, so all the treasures and precious herbs have had several millennia to mature. So tell me, is this a treasure trove or not? Xianxia's eyes lit up after hearing this. Yuhi continued, some people found enough resources here that by the time they left, they were able to break through to the open heaven realm and found great forces of their own. Others found the Grand Ancient Ruins fruit which helped them advance by an order. Some even managed to tame a powerful ancient exotic beast, allowing them to freely roam across the 3,000 worlds. There are countless examples of people finding something here which helped them ascend to the sky in a single bound. Rumor has it that the sect masters of Xianyuan Cave Heaven, True Martial Cave Heaven, and Primordial Cave Heaven all once entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Xianxia was stupefied after hearing this. He had never heard of something called the Grand Ancient Ruins fruit, but the fact that it could help someone to advance by an order was simply incredible, and Xianxia couldn't help but wonder if such a treasure really existed. Furthermore, Xianyuan Cave Heaven, True Martial Cave Heaven, and Primordial Cave Heaven were all top-ranked cave heavens among the 36. Their sect masters were also 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. If such figures had once entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, then does that mean that their strength and success had something to do with their experience here? Nothing could be said for certain, but after observing everyone's expression and demeanor, Xianxia was certain that the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was indeed a treasure trove of opportunities, and the opportunities weren't small either. Otherwise, many cultivators wouldn't be looking so excited. Yuhi suddenly frowned once again and muttered, too many people have entered this time though. I'm afraid there has never been so many people entering the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary like this ever before. It was just a coincidence that the Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog swept over a heavily populated star city. Xianxia reckoned that not a single person could make a getaway from the Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog, and all of them were swallowed by it. A few 100,000 cultivators from the Star City were now gathered inside the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Could be said that this would go down in history, but Xianxia felt that not that many people were gathered nearby. Presumably, everyone was scattered across the grand ancient ruins boundary when they entered, so there were probably just a few tens of thousands of people nearby, that's all. Just as Xianxia was immersed in his thoughts, he suddenly heard a sharp, miserable scream. Xianxia was startled, but when he turned to look, he saw a group of men crowded around a burly man with a saber, confronting another group. And at the forefront of the other group stood a cultivator dressed as a shop boy. He appeared to be in pain and was covering his stomach with a frightened look on his face. There was a huge gaping wound across his body and he was profusely bleeding from it. Clearly, he had been injured by the burly man. The burly man angrily shouted with a condescending look on his face, "I'll say it again, get out of my way or die." The leader of the other group looked like the shopkeeper of a certain store. Hearing that, his expression changed and he cupped his fists and entreated. "All of us have landed in trouble together here. We should be supporting each other, not fighting amongst ourselves. My Spring Meadows Hall is not without a backer either. Aren't you afraid of retribution in the future?" The burly man sneered after hearing this. "Retribution? We'll see if this retribution could do anything to this old master." Saying so, he slashed ahead. The shopkeeper's face turned pale. He was just about to retreat, but the burly man was stronger than him. As the burly man swung the blade down, the saber aura shot from it directly split the shopkeeper into two, and his two halves fell left and right. When the shop boys standing behind the shopkeeper saw this, they screamed in horror before fleeing randomly. The saber-wielding burly man burst into wild laughter before instructing his subordinates. "Bring me all the pills in the store. Don't leave even a single one behind." The group behind him then rushed out one after another, charging towards the collapsed store, whereupon they lifted the collapsed walls and stuffed the bottles of pills into their pockets. Human greed. He let out a burst of cold, sardonic laughter, but she had no intention of stepping in. From the start, this star city was already a place of turmoil, not to mention the fact that it had been devoured by the grand ancient ruins boundary. Even if they were outside, people would often start fighting to death on the streets. Xianxia looked around and found quite a few similar scenes taking place. All the shops in the Star City were swallowed into the grand ancient ruins boundary. Not even the merchandise in the shops were spared. And now, when everyone had landed here and was completely cut off from the outside world, the goods in those stores had naturally become much sought after. Especially stores like Spring Meadows Hall that sold pills, which were most cherished by the cultivators. Although the shopkeepers and the assistants tried everything to block the crowds, how could they stop these packs of wolves and tigers? They were swept away one after another, and the goods were swept clean thereafter. "Stop! Whoever dares to touch anything belonging to my Spring Meadows Hall will die." A fierce shout rang out as a nearby elderly man came flying over. He landed right before the ruins of the Spring Meadows Hall with a loud thump before his sharp gaze swept about condescendingly. The assistants of the Spring Meadows Hall rejoiced after seeing this old man and gathered around him. One of the assistants immediately shouted, "Sir, you have to stand up for us. Not only did he rob us of our pills, but also killed the shopkeeper." The elderly man glanced at the shopkeeper lying on the ground before looking up at the burly man. "Were you the one who killed him?" The burly man with the saber furrowed his brow as a sliver of fear flashed past his eyes. But very soon, that trace amount of fear vanished as he arrogantly put his blade on his shoulder and stated, sneering, "Senior Kong, long time no see." The old man surnamed Kong rebuffed, coldly snorting, "Ding-y. Where did you get the courage to attack him even after clearly seeing that he was one of my men? I guess you have grown tired of living. If you obediently kneel down and cripple your cultivation yourself, this old master will let you live. If you dare to remain impenetrably thick-headed, then don't blame this old master for being ruthless." The burly man named Dingy stated after hearing this, "Senior Kong is truly strong and awe-inspiring." He then shook his head before a grin appeared on his lips. "If we were outside, this Ding would not dare confront Senior Kong, who is a third-order open heaven master. I would have obediently kneeled down and licked your feet. But Senior Kong, you are forgetting something. We aren't outside anymore, but rather inside the grand ancient ruins boundary. The grand ancient ruins rolling fog suppresses and seals all universes. Senior Kong, I wonder how much of your third-order open heaven strength you can bring out." The old man surnamed Kong furiously shouted, "More than enough to kill you." Ding Yi swung his saber as he squinted. Then this Ding would like to see what Senior Kong is capable of. You court death. The old man surnamed Kong blew his top. How could he take someone who had always been respectful and subservient to him blatantly provoking him? Just as he shouted this, he jumped at Ding Yi in a flash and thrust out a palm at him. When Ding Yi saw this, he didn't look afraid. Rather, his eyes lit up. Old dog, you have been riding on my head for over a century. Today this Ding will surely take back a little bit of interest. Judging by his words, he had some grudges against the old man surnamed Kong. Otherwise, he wouldn't be aiming at Spring Meadows Hall specifically. The next moment, the saber aura skyrocketed as Ding Yi hacked down. The long blade surrounded by violent energy cut right into the palm the old man surnamed Kong pressed forward. The old man surnamed Kong consecutively smacked his palm a few times, creating deafening explosions one after another. The two figures separated as soon as they came in contact. Subsequently, Ding Yi was pushed back tens of meters, crashing into a collapsed shop while the old man surnamed Kong stabilized himself after backing away 3 steps. In a single clash, Ding Yi came out at a disadvantage. But at the sight of this, the eyes of the countless cultivators in the vicinity started burning. This wasn't surprising. The old man surnamed Kong was a third-order open heaven master, so if they were outside, Ding Yi wouldn't be able to resist at all. But in this grand ancient ruins boundary, although Ding Yi was still not this old man's opponent, he at least had the qualifications to fight against him. So the rumor of the grand ancient ruins rolling fog suppressing and sealing all universes is true. Realization suddenly dawned upon everyone. Hong long long. Thunderous rumbles spread far and wide as Ding Yi wielded his saber and rushed out of the collapsed store. Although he was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, his eyes were gleaming. He swung his blade and stated, "Brothers and sisters, there are no open heaven realm masters in the grand ancient ruins. This old dog has been bullying us for so many years. Come and join me. Let's take our revenge today." As soon as he said that, all the cultivators who were following Ding Yi looked inspired. They summoned their respective artifacts, one by one, before they launched their attacks on the old man surnamed Kong along with Ding Yi. The old man surnamed Kang's face drastically changed. Even though he had the help of the shop hands of Spring Meadows Hall, the difference in numbers between the two sides was still massive. Miserable screams rang as the few assistants from Spring Meadows Hall fell one after another. Even the old man surnamed Kong was struck by several artifact attacks and coughed up blood. Realizing he was outmatched, the old man surnamed Kong ground his teeth and roared, "Ding Yi, this old master will make you pay 100 times for today in the future, mark my words." After shouting this threat, he turned around and flew off. Although Ding Yi desperately tried to stop him together with the crowd, they were completely powerless to do so. After all, the old man surnamed Kong still had his foundation as a third-order open heaven master. Although he was unable to bring out all his strength in the grand ancient ruins boundary, Ding Yi and the others were unable to stop him after he was determined to escape. Looking at the distantly departing figure of the old man surnamed Kong, Ding Yi spat on the ground in frustration, seemingly unwilling. In the ruins of the Star City, the countless onlookers had all kinds of thoughts running through their minds at the sight of this scene. Some were sad while others rejoiced. Ding Yi opportunely raised his arm and shouted aloud, "Brothers and sisters, we Emperor Realm Masters have lived humbly and experienced all kinds of hardships in the outer universe. And it's all thanks to those condescending open heaven realm masters. The heavens have bestowed us a chance to enter the grand ancient ruins boundary today. So do you want to allow those high and mighty open heaven realm bastards to keep riding atop our heads? Join this Ding now and flip the heavens. Let's see whether any of those old dogs dare to look down on us again." His words were extremely instigating. Furthermore, they reached the hearts of many, especially those Emperor Realm cultivators who had been suppressed by open heaven realm masters. One after another, others empathized with Ding Yi, looking eager to rise up against their former oppressors. All of them looked at Ding Yi with heated gazes. In an instant, many people had gathered around Ding Yi, having decided to follow his lead. Yang Kai suddenly looked at you. Does the grand ancient ruins rolling fog suppress and seal all universes? So there are no open heaven realm masters in the grand ancient ruins. He might not have a real idea about the real cultivation of the old man surnamed Kong, but since Ding Yi said that he was in the third order open heaven realm, it shouldn't be wrong. But in the recent battle, the strength displayed by the old man surnamed Kong was just at the peak of the Emperor realm. It was not even close to the might of an open heaven realm master. Thinking back on what Ding Yi said, Yang Kai made an educated guess. Yui hesitated for a while before heaving a sigh and replying, the grand ancient ruins rolling fog might not be lethal, but it has extremely mysterious powers. If it invades one's body, it suppresses and seals all small universes. In other words, the open heaven realm masters here are unable to bring out their full strength. That's why he said that there were no open heaven realm masters in the grand ancient ruins. Yang Kai deeply stared at her for a while before stating with a grin, "Then you're in big trouble." He couldn't help but have the urge to throw his head back and laugh at the sky. At first, when he ended up here all of a sudden, Yang Kai was a little unhappy. He felt that if Yui hadn't kept a hold of him, he might have been able to escape. But now he felt like thanking her for what she did. Surprisingly, the small universes of open heaven realm masters were sealed inside the grand ancient ruins boundary, limiting the strength they could exert to the peak of the Emperor realm. If not so, how could a third-order open heaven realm master like the old man surnamed Kong be beaten and forced to escape away in embarrassment by the likes of Ding Yi and his rabble? And in the Emperor realm, did Yang Kai need to fear anyone? He had never expected that he could run amok after arriving in the outer universe. Yui lightly snorted after hearing this. So what if my small universe is sealed? An open heaven realm master is still an open heaven realm master. They still have their foundation. It's impossible for an ordinary Emperor realm master to be their opponent. Yang Kai calmly added, carrying his hands behind his back, "You have no idea what I'm capable of." He paused for a moment before continuing, "Speaking of which, there are over 100 times the emperors in the Star City compared to open heaven realm masters. If one is not their opponent, could it be that not even 10 would be their opponent either?" Yui angrily rebuked. "What are you planning to do to me?" Yang Kai smilingly looked at her. "I don't need to do anything. Someone will do something to you. After all, you're a high and mighty open heaven realm master." Yui's face changed slightly after hearing this. When she turned to look, she saw Ding Yi staring straight at her with a greedy and fiery look in his eyes. His gaze was constantly wandering over her beautiful face and shapely figure. He then pointed his saber at her and shouted aloud, "Brothers, I remember that she is a fifth-order open heaven realm master. What do you say we should do?" "A fifth-order open heaven realm master?" The crowd of cultivators shouted in shock. An open heaven realm master was already a high and mighty figure for most cultivators. Even someone like the old man surnamed Kong was a great figure in their eyes, not to mention a fifth-order master. Many people might not even have the chance to lay their eyes on such a strong master in their entire life, especially someone as charming as Yui. Her eyes were so enchanting that anyone would be seduced with just a glance. In an instant, many people were tempted as greed and lust filled their hearts. Let's take her down. A fifth-order open heaven realm master might be amazing outside, but not here in the grand ancient ruins boundary. TSK, this old master has never played around with a fifth-order woman before. If this old master can spend a steamy night with her, I won't regret it even if I die the next day. She doesn't appear to be a stuffy woman. She must be amazing in bed. Verbal abuses came pouring in from all sides, making Yui's face suddenly turn cold and grim and drawing murderous intent from her body. Ordinarily, these Emperor Realm cultivators wouldn't even dare lift their heads before her, but in this special environment, and coupled with Ding Yi's instigation, everyone's dark side had reared its head. It seemed as if they found a lot of pleasure in spewing filth from their mouths, and every word they spoke was completely unbearable. Yui trembled in anger and lashed out, courting death. Ding Yi deviously smiled. "The last guy who said such words has already fled. Madam, if you have any self-awareness, surrender without a fight. This thing promises to take good care of you. If you choose to remain ignorant of your current situation, you will be forcing us to make a move. Don't blame me and my fellow brothers for not showing compassion to a woman at that time." While speaking, he spat out some blood from his mouth onto his saber, making him look even more hideous. Yui silently ground her teeth in anger. She couldn't wait to slap Ding Yi to death, but she also knew that she was basically unable to do so in the grand ancient ruins boundary. Judging by the battle between Ding Yi and the old man surnamed Kong, Ding Yi wasn't weak within the Emperor realm. With the strength she could currently display, it was completely impractical to take down Ding Yi's group. Ding Yi pointed his blade at her, aggressively stating, "Whether you will be fleeing or fighting, madam just needs to speak." Yuhi hatefully glared at him, then she turned to look at Yang Kai as a sliver of pleading flashed across her eyes. Yang Kai only smilingly looked at her, remaining unmoved. As far as he was concerned, Yuhi was an enemy rather than a friend. It was already a kindness on his part that he wasn't adding insult to injury, so why would he care whether she lived or died? Take care of yourself. A sliver of disappointment flashed across Yuhi's eyes before she rapidly flew off. Ding Yi coldly glanced at her but showed no intention of pursuing her. They couldn't prevent a third-order master like the old man surnamed Kong from escaping, so trying to stop a fifth-order master such as Yuhi was naturally impossible, therefore he didn't bother to waste his energy. He then turned his gaze at Yang Kai, deeply staring at him. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. "I have a grudge with her." "That better be so." Ding Yi snorted before turning around and proclaiming to the crowd of cultivators aloud, "Here, today, I, Ding Yi, found Emperor Heaven, where emperors will be like the heavens themselves. This ruined star city will be the headquarters in the grand ancient ruins boundary of my Emperor Heaven. Anyone who wants to join me can choose to stay. We will live and die together, sharing the weal and woe. But if you don't want to join me, I request you quickly leave this place. If there are still people idling here by tomorrow, don't blame this Ding for being merciless." While speaking, he swung the saber down, splitting the ground in front of him into two. Yang Kai knit his brows. This Ding Yi might look like an ordinary guy, but he actually managed to seize this opportunity to gather allies and establish himself. I have to say that it was a smart move. This time, the opening of the grand ancient ruins boundary was completely different from before. Too many people had entered this time. It was extremely difficult to fight alone in such an environment, but if one could gather some allies, it would be much more convenient to act. But judging by his words, it was apparent that Ding Yi wanted to occupy this ruined section of Star City. This definitely aroused the ire of many, especially the Open Heaven Realm Masters who were still hiding nearby. Then again, if Emperor Heaven could be really founded today, and if it remained standing after a few difficulties, then the public would slowly side with him. Emperor Heaven! Emperor Heaven! Share weal and woe! Much to Yang Kai's surprise, when Ding Yi was finished, dozens of people started shouting, and the number quickly continued to rise. Yang Kai was astounded. He hadn't been in the outer universe for long, and apart from the unpleasant experience of being a worker in Seven Wonders Land, his life in First Inn was relatively comfortable. Therefore, he had no idea about the troubles Emperor Realm cultivators faced in the 3,000 worlds. However, if Luo Hai was here, I'm afraid she too would have been attracted by the notion of Emperor Heaven. Thinking this way, Yang Kai relaxed. It was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to stand up and be the masters of their own destiny. So how would these Emperor Realm cultivators not grab hold of it tightly? People joined in shouting in waves, tens turned to hundreds and hundreds to thousands. Ding Yi, who stood in the limelight, flushed with energy as he lifted his saber into the air. He was in high and vigorous spirits, gazing down at the familiar and unfamiliar faces. As the popular adage goes, when the seas are in turmoil, heroes rise to the surface. At that moment, two figures suddenly approached from afar. Yang Kai turned to look and found that it was none other than the old man surnamed Kong and Yuhi, who had left just before. He couldn't fathom what they were thinking by coming back. Furthermore, their faces were grim, as if something big had happened. "Old dog, you dare return?" Ding Yi, noticing that it was the old man surnamed Kong, laughed out aloud and declared, "You will be the perfect sacrifice to raise my Emperor Heaven's banner." To everyone's surprise, the old man surnamed Kong completely ignored this provocation and rushed straight past their heads before continuing fleeing, leaving Ding Yi dumbfounded. Yuhi, on the other hand, rushed to Yang Kai's side, grabbed his arm and shouted, "Run!" Yang Kai frowned, but just as he was about to speak up, he felt the ground tremble beneath his feet. The trembling wasn't severe at first, but very soon, deafening rumbles rang in his ears, as if thunderbolts were charging over towards them. Yang Kai's expression changed as a vague speculation flashed across his mind. He looked up and saw a wave of pitch-black things stampeding across the wilderness, and they weren't much slower than the old man surnamed Kong and Yu-He. The pitch-black mass stretched across the entire horizon, seemingly without end, and blotted out the sky and ground alike. Surprisingly, it consisted of various exotic beasts of all shapes and sizes. Who knows whether Yu-He and the old man surnamed Kong were chased back or they simply lured them here. The leading exotic beasts were exceptionally massive and were radiating fearsome auras. Even Yang Kai's face changed slightly at the sight of this. He didn't have the luxury to hesitate, so he followed Yu-He's figure and fled into the distance. In an instant, the Star City fell into turmoil. Ding Yi's eyes also widened as a chill gripped his heart. He thought that it was the perfect time for him to rise up. But who would have thought that, just as he hoisted his flag, disaster would strike? He wasn't even confident that he could leave this place alive now. But he soon steeled his heart and came to a prompt decision. Dingy raised his arm up high and shouted, "A beast tide is approaching, and the only way we can survive is if we stick together. If you don't want to die, follow me." While shouting, his figure started glowing as his body surged with energy. The next moment, he flew in the opposite direction of the beast tide. Just as he flew up, quite a few people joined him. By a rough count, there were at least 1,000 of them. There were a few 100,000 people in the Star City engulfed in the fog, and although all of them had been dispersed when they were swallowed by the ancient ruins' rolling fog, there were still tens of thousands of people gathered here. If everyone worked together, it might not be impossible to defend this place, but each and everyone had their own thoughts and ideas, so why would they follow a unified command? Therefore, before the beast tide even reached them, everyone dispersed in different directions. The disturbance caused by the beast tide was too great, and very soon, everyone in the ruins of the Star City knew about it and fled one after another. Yang Kai and Yu-He made a beeline towards the opposite end of Star City. They thought that they would have plenty of room to escape, but they hadn't expected for the cultivators in that direction to flee towards them. Many people even crashed into each other in the air and fell on the ground, one after another. Yang Kai suddenly had a bad premonition. As he looked up, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Yu-He also called out in alarm, "They're coming from this side too." No wonder the people on that side were also rushing in this direction. It turned out that there was a beast tide coming from the opposite direction as well. Yang Kai furrowed his brow. He promptly flew straight up into the sky, and looking left and right, he couldn't help but grind his teeth hard. Not only was the beast tide attacking from the front and rear, but also from the left, right, and every other direction possible. In short, the beast tide completely surrounded them. If they wanted to escape, they would have to carve open a bloody path to do so. When he returned to the ground, Yu-He asked, "How is it?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Yu-He immediately understood, but she failed to notice how nervous he was. She then looked at him and stated, "Don't stray too far from me or I won't be able to take care of you." A weird look appeared on Yang Kai's face upon hearing this. He pondered for a while before quashing the notion of using space principles to escape. Right then, a figure approached the duo. It was none other than the old man surnamed Kong who had returned with Yu-He. "Madam, how about we kill our way out together?" Yu-He agreed, smiling. "I guess that's the only way." The old man surnamed Kong then glanced at Yang Kai before asking, furrowing his brow, "Do you want to carry this burden?" The reason why he came looking for Yu-He was because he knew she was an open heaven realm master. The small universe inside her body might have been sealed by the ancient ruins' rolling fog, but the strength an open heaven realm master could display was still better than an ordinary emperor realm cultivator. In his opinion, an emperor like Yang Kai couldn't play any role against the beast tide and would only be dragging the two of them down. "This is my young master, of course I must safeguard him." Yu-He's smile immediately faded away. "If you think my young master will drag you down, then there's no need for us to join forces." The old man surnamed Kong was shocked after hearing this. He had lived in the Star City for quite a while, so he had met Yu-He more than once and knew she was a fifth-order open heaven realm master. As such, he couldn't help but wonder about Yang Kai's background for her to address him as young master. Yang Kai's expression also became strange, wondering if Yu-He really was sick in the head or something. "Do I look like a young master from some great force?" Though she did run back to take me with her before the beast tide came. Yang Kai couldn't understand what was going on in her mind. Without any hesitation, the old man surnamed Kong stated, "Then I will follow Madame's wishes, but this old master can only take care of himself. If Madame falls into trouble, please don't blame me." He assured, "Rest assured, we won't drag you down. Let's go." The old man surnamed Kong shouted before continuing ahead. "Follow me," He exhorted Yang Kai before following the old man. In the blink of an eye, the trio had rushed out of the Star City. At this moment, many people were already pushing their way out. Obviously, everyone knew that if they stayed here, the only thing waiting for them was death. The only way to survive was to force their way out. The overwhelming exotic beast tide very soon clashed with many cultivators. In an instant, the brilliance of secret techniques and artifacts lit up the sky, splitting these exotic beasts in their wake one after another. There were a lot of exotic beasts, and what was even more terrifying was that they were all quite strong. The grand ancient ruins boundaries environment was quite expansive and abundant. And added to the fact that it hadn't been touched by humans for thousands of years, the exotic beasts here had plenty of room to grow and mature. So naturally, their strength was exceptional. When the two sides clashed, many Star City cultivators were killed or injured. Although more exotic beasts were killed, it was a drop in a bucket compared to the immense beast tide. The old man surnamed Kong was pretty strong. The reason why he was beaten and forced to flee earlier was really just because two palms couldn't block four fists. At this moment, his long sword was opening the way, sending out sword waves to forcefully clear a path through the beast tide for everyone to follow. He wielded a red chakram that spun rapidly and reduced oncoming exotic beasts to paste as they approached. Yang Kai was walking behind the two open heaven realm masters as if he was strolling in his own backyard. He was taking very good care of him, so no exotic beast could reach him. After a while, the old man surnamed Kong shouted, "Switch!" Just as he said this, he promptly stepped back and he took the opportunity to step forward. Although the two hadn't discussed this beforehand, they switched positions in perfect coordination. After all, the old man surnamed Kong would also grow a little tired after leading the way for a time. Once he was completely exhausted, only death awaited him. How could he put himself in such a disadvantageous position? This time, things weren't as easy for Yang Kai. The old man surnamed Kong would not look out for Yang Kai like he did. So although he was killing a lot of oncoming exotic beasts, some fish would eventually slip through the net. The old man surnamed Kong also wanted to see Yang Kai's skills. So even if he could intercept all the exotic beasts, he ignored some of them and let them rush at Yang Kai. In response, Yang Kai just flicked his fingers, shooting out moon blades one after another. The oncoming exotic beasts were split asunder before they could get closer, the cuts on the corpses as flat as mirrors. Space secret technique. The old man surnamed Kong shrunk his eyes as he confirmed to himself that this young man was really the young master of some great force. Even in the outer universe, there weren't many people who were proficient in the Tao of space, let alone form their Tao seal with it. After all, the Tao of space was more profound and esoteric than most other Taos. Without abundant resources and the guidance of renowned masters, how could this young man become so proficient in the Tao of space? Considering all this, the old man surnamed Kai couldn't help but see Yang Kai in a new light. He secretly felt that this youth was probably from a very extraordinary background. Otherwise, He, a fifth-order open heaven master, would not be addressing him as young master. Now, he completely set his mind at ease. The strength Yang Kai had displayed was no less than Yuhi's or his own. If the three worked together, the hope of pushing their way out had greatly increased. Owing to this, the old man surnamed Kong changed his mind, while Yang Kai was none the wiser about the whole ordeal. Whereas Yuhi somehow managed to find the time to check on Yang Kai, and upon finding him still comfortable and at ease, she was relieved as well. The three kept forging ahead, paving their way over mountains of corpses and rivers of blood. But the exotic beasts were never-ending, so the killing never ceased. The old man surnamed Kong and Yuhi had switched positions several times in succession. Both of them were quite exhausted and had solemn looks on their faces by now. Compared to the monster beasts found outside, the grand ancient ruins boundaries exotic beasts of the same realm were a lot stronger. Whether it was due to the environment of the grand ancient ruins boundary or something else was unclear. There was no open heaven realm in the grand ancient ruins. Not only was it true for the cultivators, but it was true for these ancient exotic beasts as well. So, having been in one realm for so many millennia, polishing and consolidating their strength, it was quite natural for them to exert greater might than average. Slowly, many others started to gather around the trio. At this point, everyone knew that it was better to stick together unless they were really a fool. Yang Kai's team had been pushing their way through without any resistance so far, so naturally, others nearby had been paying close attention to them. And in order to survive, they started gathering around one by one. Neither Yuhi nor the old man surnamed Kong objected. At this moment, the more people gathered around them, the better it would be for them. So, they acquiesced to this behavior. After a cup of tea's worth of time, about 100 people had already gathered together, and as time passed by, more and more people were moving towards them. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Brother Yang? Is that really you, Brother Yang?" The voice sounded a little familiar to Yang Kai, so he promptly looked towards the source in surprise. The next moment, he saw a man covered in blood all over, killing his way through with a sharp sword in his hand, leading a few people behind him. But there were many exotic beasts in between the two groups. They would not be able to get close any sooner. When both sides saw each other, Yang Kai was taken aback and called out, "Brother Meng!" Surprisingly, it was none other than Meng Hong of Great Moon Province. Yang Kai hadn't expected to meet an acquaintance here. He wasn't that close to Meng Hong, but at the very least, both had adventured together for a while, no matter how short the experience was. In the past, when Yang Kai was looking for Asun's relatives, he found Wei Kei, who belonged to Great Moon Province. At that time, it was none other than Meng Hong who had arranged the rooms for them, and after he came to know that Yang Kai had just entered the outer universe and had very little knowledge about it, Meng Hong even gifted a jade slip which contained introductory information about the 3,000 worlds to him. However, after the incident at the Golden Crow Divine Palace, when Yang Kai had snatched the Golden Crow carcass and fled to First Inn, Great Moon Province alone was powerless to ensure Yang Kai's safety. Wei Kei and Great Moon Province's leader gave him some compensation and left. Before leaving, they were entrusted by Yang Kai to take Old Fong and Daiyu to Great Moon Province. Meng Hong's disposition was quite good, and he could be considered as the leader of the younger generation of Great Moon Province. Overall, a generous and honest fellow. Since it was an acquaintance, Yang Kai naturally won't be standing idly by. He promptly rushed in their direction as moon blades flew from his fingertips, slaying exotic beasts left and right. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived by Meng Hong. "It really is you, Brother Yang." Meng Hong was shocked and delighted. "I thought I was mistaken." Yang Kai smiled in return. "I too hadn't expected to meet Brother Meng here. Follow me." Meng Hong nodded. "Many thanks, Brother Yang." He then turned around and called his companions over. "Let's go." When Yang Kai rushed to pick them up, Yuhi, who was leading the charge, immediately stopped, waiting for Yang Kai. She only continued moving ahead when Yang Kai returned with Meng Hong and his companions. The old man surnamed Kong frowned at this act, slightly displeased, but since nothing major happened and very little time was spent, he was too lazy to make a fuss. There were over 100 people in their group now, and although they were powerless to overturn things in the face of the overwhelming beast tide, they at least had some strength to protect themselves. They might not know each other, but their wills had united like a fortress to survive. Everyone's strength wound into a sturdy spear that acted like a sharp arrow, cutting its way toward the outside. "Brother Meng, why are you here?" Yang Kai asked while attacking. Meng Hong explained, bitterly smiling. "Our Great Moon Province has a property in this star city. I was here to check the accounts." Yang Kai failed to hold his laughter after hearing this. "You are really unlucky." Meng Hong asked, "Brother Yang, what about you? How did you end up here as well?" "By some chance and coincidence," Yang Kai casually replied, not bothering to explain. He couldn't very well say that he was kidnapped, as it would be too embarrassing. "Oh, I forgot to introduce them to Brother Yang. These are my junior brothers and sisters. And this is junior sister Qin Yu of 100 Spirits Province," Meng Hong introduced to Yang Kai, pointing at his companions one by one. When he was introducing his junior brothers and sisters, Meng Hong looked quite carefree and natural, but when he introduced 100 Spirits Province's Chun Yu, His voice carried a little warmth and sweet feelings of affection. Yang Kai couldn't help but glance at Chen Yu and found her appearance to be quite pleasing to the eyes and her demeanor quite elegant, causing him to raise his brow slightly. Meng Hong must be interested in her. And among the disciples of Great Moon disciples, Yang Kai found two of them to be familiar. Obviously, he had met them before. Everyone greeted each other. After all, Yang Kai had shown them kindness by saving them. Chen Yu even sweetly smiled and thanked him. Many thanks, Senior Brother Yang, for saving us from trouble. Her voice was sweet, yet filled with innocence, quite pleasing to the ear. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. Junior Sister Chen is too polite. It wasn't any trouble at all. Let's find a way to get through this first before we speak further. Chen Yu generously stated. We will listen to Senior Brother Yang's command. While they were chatting, the ground suddenly started quaking as an extremely fierce aura assailed them. The old man surnamed Kong, who was leading the way at the time, shouted in shock, Roaring Thunder Beast! Everyone looked up and saw an enormous figure surrounded by lightning arcs up ahead. It resembled a rhino and was charging straight at them. And even though its figure was incomparably huge, it wasn't slow in any way. As it got closer, lightning arcs appeared in the air, spreading around and numbing anyone that came in contact with them. Everyone started screaming in shock and horror, panic-stricken. Yang Kai's pupils also shrank. The roaring thunder beast was also a notorious ominous beast in the 3,000 worlds, and judging by the might of this roaring thunder beast, its cultivation might have already reached the utmost peak of the grand ancient ruins boundary. Who would dare to take such a fierce beast head-on? Even in this overwhelming beast tide, an exotic beast like this roaring thunder beast might be the strongest, and judging by how all the other beasts retreated seeing it charging over, only further proved its power. When it was 1,000 meters away, the roaring thunder beast suddenly let out a deafening roar and lowered its head as a bolt of lightning shot straight at the old man surnamed Kong. The blazing white bolt of lightning carrying earth-shattering might traverse 1,000 meters in a blink, ignoring all barriers of space. What made everyone's expression distort was that the old man surnamed Kong flickered aside right away in the face of this terrifying blow without giving it a thought. Even when he reacted this quickly, though, he was a moment too slow. The lightning bolt brushed past his body as a nauseating smell of burned flesh filled the air. He was in the lead, so when he stepped aside like that, everyone behind him was immediately exposed. Fortunately, even though Yuhi, who was right behind him, could also dodge the blow, she didn't. The chakram in her hand spun up and turned into a red defensive shield blocking the front. A deafening crash immediately reverberated as a glaring white flash of light blinded everyone. The blood-red shield only lasted a breath before it shattered, and the blazing white lightning bolt struck Yuhi. She was immediately sent flying through the air like a rag sack, bleeding profusely. Yang Kai was sharp enough to timely catch her and take a good look at her. Yuhi was pale and continuously bleeding from the corner of her mouth. Her soft and tender body was uncontrollably shaking. Obviously, she was seriously injured. Dong dong dong. The ground quaked as the roaring thunder beast came stampeding after its successful attack. From the start, the 100 or so people of this group had come together because their interests were aligned, so they were no better than a handful of sand. Seeing the two open heaven realm masters either escape or become seriously injured, how could they dare continue to stick together? They all fled in the blink of an eye. Only Meng Hong and his companions remained in their spot. After all, Yang Kai had come to save them, and it would not look good to leave him and flee at this juncture. Meng Hong still anxiously shouted, "Brother Yang, quickly run!" Yang Kai ignored him, however, and stared at Yuhi in his arms with a bewildered look on his face as he asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" Yuhi forced a laugh. "You were still behind me. What would happen to you if I dodged? An open heaven realm master like her ended up like this, so wouldn't Yang Kai immediately die if he was struck by the bolt? You and I are just strangers, so why?" Yang Kai speechlessly looked at her. Yuhi pursed her lips before keeping them stubbornly shut. "Ha!" Yang Kai heaved a slight sigh before he turned around and said to Chinyu, handing Yuhi to her, "Help me take care of her." "What are you doing?" Yuhi asked in surprise. Meng Hong and the others also looked bewildered. The next moment, they saw Yang Kai walking ahead, step by step. His clothes flapped and his hair danced along the oncoming wind, painting his straight and tall figure like a brave and heroic mountain. His figure was deeply etched in everyone's mind. Another blazing white bolt shot out from the single horn on the roaring thunder beast's forehead at that moment, zooming straight at Yang Kai like the flood dragon going out to sea. "Dodge!" He screamed in shock and horror. Meng Hong couldn't help but cry out as well, "Brother Yang, be careful." Just as they spoke though, Yang Kai threw a punch as his reverberating voice echoed in everyone's hearts. "Exile!" Space shattered at the point of impact, instantly forming an enormous black hole. The next moment, an aura of nihility and chaos from the black hole filled the air. As for the blazing white bolt that was strong enough to injure an open heaven realm, it shot into the black hole and disappeared from everyone's sight. The black hole disappeared in a flash as Yang Kai withdrew his fist, leaving him completely unscathed and causing everyone to sink into complete silence. Yang Kai's brave and heroic figure was akin to a mountain or a harbor that could block all violent storms. It brought everyone an inexplicable sense of security in this chaotic land of exotic beasts. Yuhi, who was held in Qin Yu's arms, had her mouth agape, gawking at the back that was defending her in a daze. Slowly, Yang Kai's figure overlapped with the figure of a person in her memory, who once stood before her in a similar fashion, blocking all the oncoming dangers for her. The memories etched in the deep recess of her mind started rearing their heads, making Yuhi's soft and tender figure tremble. Chun Yu was also dumbfounded, murmuring, "Senior brother Yang is the strong?" Just an attack from the roaring thunder beast had forced the old man surnamed Kong to dodge, and seriously injured Yuhi. Yet the same attack had been blocked by Yang Kai, and quite easily at that. The massive difference between both sides had given everyone a huge shock. Meng Hong slowly shook his head, dumbstruck. He had no idea whether Yang Kai was strong or not. All he knew was that Yang Kai was extremely bold. Otherwise, he wouldn't have robbed the Golden Crow carcass right in front of dozens of Open Heaven Realm masters in the Golden Crow Divine Palace back then, and miraculously escaped back to First Inn. That's right. If he didn't have such skill, how could he escape with so many Open Heaven Realm masters chasing him down? I heard from Marshal Uncle Wei that Yang Kai's ability to escape is unparalleled, but now it seems that not only is he proficient in escaping, his strength is also exceptional. While all kinds of thoughts were running through Meng Hong's mind, a thunderous roar reverberated across the sky. It was none other than the roaring thunder beast, who, after seeing Yang Kai block its attack, was completely provoked. Lightning arcs started to crackle on the horn of its forehead, forming a terrifying bolt. By the looks of it, it was about to fire its attack again. "Brother Yang, be careful," Meng Hong shouted. Just as he exhorted, a figure suddenly flickered ahead. Yang Kai had appeared before the roaring thunder beast like a ghost, his small figure before the roaring thunder beast's enormous one forming a sharp contrast. However, the auras of the two were in no way inferior to the other. Right before everyone's eyes, Yang Kai punched again as space principles flared. Rupture. An enormous black abyss rapidly expanded, engulfing the enormous head of the roaring thunder beast before space principles started wreaking havoc as the blackness fiercely shrank back. The roaring thunder beast reeled in pain. Meanwhile, the black hole was flickering with lightning arcs as if lightning dragons were wandering inside it, competing with the space principles that seemed capable of annihilating all creation. The black abyss collapsed, forcing the roaring thunder beast to retreat. Its eyes, which were originally gleaming with a fierce glow, were completely red at this moment. When everyone looked at it, they couldn't help but gasp in shock. Much to everyone's surprise, the horn on the roaring thunder beast's forehead was nowhere to be found. Not only that, its enormous head was covered in cuts and bruises that continuously bled. Exotic beasts tempered their bodies like artifacts, and the physical strength they could exert was not much worse than that of an artifact. The horn was the hardest part of the roaring thunder beast, but it had disappeared into thin air at this instant, which made everyone understand how terrifying Yang Kai's attack was. No one below the Open Heaven realm would be able to withstand such a punch. Yuhi was dumbfounded and finally understood how terrifyingly strong this young man was. Chun Yu's beautiful eyes also lit up as her gaze was completely glued onto Yang Kai, staring at his every action. On the other hand, the old man surnamed Kong, who had been killing the surrounding exotic beasts and had been paying attention to the situation here, had a complicated expression on his face. wondering which great force had given birth to this little monster. He had been struggling all his life and finally became a third-order open heaven realm master. But he still couldn't fathom how a mere Emperor Realm Jr. could bring out so much power. Wuxia. After the roaring thunder beast staggered back, it started wheezing loudly. But not only did the destruction of its horn not make it flinch, it instead made it fiercer. Xianxia was also taken aback. Much to his surprise, Rupture had failed to take the roaring thunder beast's life. I guess that the exotic beasts of the grand ancient ruins boundary really cannot be judged by common sense. Right then, the ground started quaking as the roaring thunder beast started charging, heading straight at Xianxia. Lightning arcs started cracking around its enormous body, and as it started galloping, tiny little lightning arcs enveloped a radius of 1,000 meters as bolts came down from the sky one after another, painting an extremely dangerous picture. A wicked grin appeared on Xianxia's lips as he cracked his neck and tightened his fists before suddenly assuming a horse stance. What is he doing? Chun Yu was stunned. Meng Hong turned pale. He's planning to wrestle with the roaring thunder beast? Crazy, he's crazy. The old man surnamed Kong, who had been paying attention to the situation, also shook his head wildly. He felt that there was something wrong with Xianxia's head, or else why would he want to engage in a contest of strength with such an enormous exotic beast? Xianxia's previous performance might be pretty eye-catching, blocking the lightning bolt with one punch and injuring the roaring thunder beast with another. But with such an inflated ego, this young man was simply courting death. No matter how great the physical strength of a cultivator was, how could it be stronger than a beast's? Monster beasts were generally innately gifted with great physical prowess, not to mention that the roaring thunder beast was an ancient exotic beast. Dong dong dong. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the roaring thunder beast arrived before Xianxia in an instant. It lowered its head as if it was about to crash into a huge mountain. If there was a star before it, even that might shatter into pieces from this attack. Chun Yu turned her head. She couldn't bear to watch. Meng Hong too shut his eyes. Only Yuhi's pretty eyes were staring at Xianxia without batting a lash. Her gaze was filled with worry and anxiety. Hong! A reverberating crash resounded, along with the roaring thunder beast's growl, following which, everyone's cries of shock filled with disbelief rang one after another. Ah! Yuhi cried out in shock and amazement, covering her cherry-red lips with her hands as her pretty eyes quivered. The old man surnamed Kong visibly shivered at what he saw. In his momentary shock, he had made a mistake and was injured by an exotic beast at his waist, nearly losing his life. He was so terrified that he quickly focused his attention on dealing with the matters at hand, but he still paid close attention to Xianxia from the corner of his eye. As if she had noticed that something wasn't right, Chun Yu slowly turned her head back, and what entered her sight next shocked her to her core. She saw Xianxia with his hands propped up, pushing against the roaring thunder beast hard, the ground under him cracking into a vast, spider-web-like series of gullies. How is that possible? Chun Yu murmured. Meng Hong, having noticed the shock in her voice, quickly opened his eyes as well. The next moment, he was similarly dumbfounded, his whole body quivering. How can a human block an exotic beast's head-on charge? An attack with so much terrifying force behind it. Xianxia's clothes were flapping hard, and although he was being pushed back by the roaring thunder beast, he had really halted its charge. After 3 breaths, Xianxia's retreating figure finally stopped, and in the next moment, he was the one pushing forward while the roaring thunder beast was being forced backwards. This scene was unbelievable to all who witnessed it. And the next moment, something even more shocking occurred as Xianxia angrily bellowed, "Fly!" Holding the roaring thunder beast's enormous head with his hands, he fiercely lifted, throwing the enormous beast into the air, dumbfounding all those who were watching. The sight of the roaring thunder beast bearing its fangs and claws in the air looked ridiculous, but no one laughed at it. They all felt their cognition completely subverted. With a loud bang, Xianxia flew into the sky, heading straight at the roaring thunder beast. In the air, he reached out and summoned the Azure Dragon Spear. The next moment, his chi explosively surged as he thrust out his spear. A dragon roar resounded as the spear soared out like an azure dragon flying into the sky. The red eyes of the roaring thunder beast immediately flickered with terror. The spear immediately pierced through the soft underbelly of the roaring thunder beast. Yang Kai's figure followed along with the spear before smashing through the back of the roaring thunder beast, creating a bloody mist. Yang Kai's figure flew out like a sharp arrow, while the roaring thunder beast's enormous body exploded in the air as its blood and mangled pieces of its flesh rained down from above. Suddenly, Yang Kai caught sight of a monster core surrounded by lightning arcs and emanating powerful energy fluctuations. Yang Kai promptly grabbed it before looking back, meeting the terrified eyes of the old man surnamed Kong. Yang Kai coldly snorted before slowly flying back down. Meng Hong and the others stared at him in a daze, all of them completely overwhelmed by his display. Compared to Yang Kai's majestic sight of slaying the roaring thunder beast with his last attack, what shocked them even more was the fact that he had stopped the roaring thunder beast head-on with his physical strength alone. After all, his last attack had targeted the weak underbelly of the roaring thunder beast. Even though he had slain such a fearsome beast with just a spear thrust, at the end of the day, he had resorted to tactics to do so. How could that compare to winning a contest of strength with an ancient exotic beast? Yuhi heaved a sigh of relief while Chen Yu's eyes flickered with a strange glow, whereas Meng Hong's face was filled with admiration. Let's go! Yang Kai didn't say anything more as he beckoned everyone before taking the lead. Originally, the two Open Heaven Realm Masters were leading the group, but the old man surnamed Kong had abandoned everyone at a critical moment, whereas Yuhi was seriously injured. Now, Yang Kai had assumed the responsibility of leader. Surprisingly, the exotic beasts coming straight at them parted to either side as Yang Kai moved forward, ignoring him while attacking the cultivators in the rear. Meng Hong excitedly shouted, "Even these lowly beasts know to bully the weak but fear the strong. It seems that they are afraid of Brother Yang after watching him slay the roaring thunder beast." The truth of the matter, though, was that the azure dragon spear was radiating a noble dragon pressure. How could these exotic beasts dare to challenge the majesty of a dragon? In any case, it saved Yang Kai a lot of trouble. And seeing their team strolling across the battlefield where thousands of beasts were charging straight at them like they were taking a walk in the park, pushing their way through, the cultivators who had fled before started regretting their actions. Had they known, they wouldn't have fled no matter what. It would have been great if they could follow Yang Kai's team, but at this moment, they didn't even have the time to think about it. Ominous beasts were swarming at them from every possible direction, leaving them no choice but to slaughter their way out. "Senior brother, help me. This little brother is willing to give his entire fortune as a reward," someone nearby shouted. "Sir, please save me. If I survive, I will be at Sir's beck and call in the future. I don't want to die. Senior brother, please save us. We will do anything." Along the way, the speculation in Yang Kai's mind was confirmed. The dragon pressure emanated by the azure dragon spear really had a deterrent effect on these exotic beasts. He met with no obstruction along the way. The few enormous exotic beasts with fearsome auras he encountered also had fear in the depths of their eyes and showed no intention of bothering him as long as he hefted his spear. After the time it takes for an entire incense to burn, a team of several dozen people finally broke out of the range of the beast tide. Looking back, they saw beasts charging inward along with occasional glows of artifacts and secret techniques. Cultivators were dying at almost every breath as their blood splashed all over. Everyone's heart was rapidly beating after having escaped their crisis. At the same time, they found it inconceivable that they could escape from such a disaster. Just as everyone was reeling from the happiness of escaping the crisis, a deafening explosion and a powerful blast of chi startled everyone. When they looked toward the source, they found Yang Kai holding the spear with one arm, staring at the old man surnamed Kang, murderous intent clearly oozing from his figure. The old man surnamed Kang's face was a little pale at the moment. He wasn't weak, and he also seized the chance to get out following Yang Kai's lead. But he didn't expect that just after escaping one crisis, Yang Kai would make a move on him before he could even take a breath of respite. "Junior, what is the meaning of this?" the old man surnamed Kong asked with an annoyed look, staring at Yang Kai. "What do you think? Of course this is your death." Yang Kai grimly smiled. "Why else do you think I brought you out? You want to kill me?" The old man surnamed Kong furrowed his brow, feeling that Yang Kai was being a little unreasonable. After all, there wasn't any deep grudge between them, so there was no reason for them to fight to death. All he did was abandon everyone at a crucial moment, but anyone would have made the same choice if they were in his shoes. The heavens help those who help themselves. It has been that way since the beginning of time, so there is no reason to fight. Is there something wrong with this young man? Although this thought crossed his mind, the old man surnamed Kong still asked, "Your Excellency, why do you want to kill me? I don't like your face. Is that reason enough?" Yang Kai looked like he had made up his mind. "Bull Jr." The old man surnamed Kong was extremely indignant. "This old master was polite to you on account of you bringing him out this time, but do you really think that this old master is afraid of you? Even though he saw Yang Kai slay the roaring thunder beast like a dog. At the end of the day, the roaring thunder beast was just a beast, unintelligent and incapable of flexible thinking like a human. He was a third-order open heaven master, and although his small universe was suppressed and sealed by the grand ancient ruins rolling fog, his foundation was still intact. It remained to be seen whether Yang Kai could kill him or not. But after having fallen into the current predicament, the old man didn't want to have a conflict if he could avoid it. After all, the last fight with Ding Yi ended very badly for him. Enough nonsense. Let's fight. Just after speaking this, Yang Kai pushed his strength and thrust out his spear. A ferocious look flashed on the old man surnamed Kang's face as he promptly retreated, avoiding Yang Kai's attack. He then turned around and fled into the distance like a bolt of lightning. His voice then echoed from the distance, "Junior, this old master is injured today and doesn't want to quarrel with you. The next time we meet, I will take your dog life." He had been injured by the roaring thunder beast and half of his body was scorched by lightning. He was also wounded a few times while they were breaking out of the beast tide, so at this moment, he didn't have the will to fight with Yang Kai. Naturally, he wanted to quickly flee and find a place to heal. So, although Yang Kai was being aggressive, he decided to temporarily withdraw. "You want to leave?" Yang Kai sneered, "Like I'd let you." While speaking, he stretched his hand ahead and grabbed in the air. The next moment, space principles fluctuated and the surrounding space became rigid. The old man surnamed Kong, who was quickly escaping, suddenly froze, feeling as though space around him becoming extremely heavy and viscous. He immediately cried in horror, "Space principles." Although he had seen Yang Kai using space secret techniques and knew that he was extremely proficient in the Tao of space, he hadn't personally faced such methods. Only now did he understand how terrifying the strength of this young man was. The old man surnamed Kang's face slightly changed as he madly shouted, "Break." His thin and lean body doubled in size all of a sudden as a fearsome burst of energy swept outwards, smashing apart the frozen space and allowing him to regain his freedom. However, before he could escape any further, he felt a burst of hair-raising chi behind him. The old man surnamed Kong was horrified and had no choice but to summon his long sword and swing it backwards. The next moment, an enormous wave split space, flying straight at Yang Kai. At the sight of this, Yang Kai showed no surprise or shock. Instead, he broke into laughter and stated, "My spear has been dry for a long time. It thirsts." Since young, Yang Kai had fought countless battles, both big and small. He had also grown a little weary and tired of bloodshed. He had even been asking himself whether the essence of the martial Tao was slaughter and death, but ever since he had arrived at the outer universe, he had very few chances to fight with others. He had run into quite a few open heaven realm masters, and whether it was in terms of methods or cultivation, he was too far below them to even think of challenging them. After having not fought for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that combat instincts had already been branded into every inch of his body. He felt incomparable pleasure when he was locked in a fierce battle. The only real battle he had fought was when he was ordered to hunt down Fong Tai, but even then, there were two open heaven realm masters guarding him. Wounded and distracted, Fong Tai simply couldn't bring out his full strength. Even if he was protected by the proprietress of First Inn, even if 99% of the Emperor Realm Masters longed for the life he now had, Yang Kai felt as if something was missing. He felt as though his body had gone soft, and his firm and indomitable Tao heart was weakening. Finally, the moment he had been waiting for was here. Finally, he could fight to his heart's content. Finally, he could fight to the death against a strong enemy using all his skill and strength without any external assistance. Yang Kai finally felt at ease and happy from the bottom of his heart. When he looked at the old man surnamed Kang's face, not only did he not find it disgusting or revolting, rather he found it quite pleasant. As he thrust his spear, the wind and cloud changed their color, and so did the expression of the old man surnamed Kong. The sword wave shattered while the long spear kept moving forward. When the old man surnamed Kong stared at it, it was as if a great dragon was charging at him, shaking its head and waving its tail, trying to swallow him whole. The old man surnamed Kong screamed in horror as he promptly formed a hand seal while the long sword in hand shook, instantly transforming into countless sword flashes that filled the entire sky. The sword flashes were a mix of real and illusionary phantoms, making it hard to discern real from false. Each and every long sword image was vibrating slightly and emanating soaring sword intent, pointing straight at Xianxia. "Go!" the old man surnamed Kong shouted. So. The sword flashes cut through the air, raining down at Xianxia, covering the entire area in the blink of an eye, blinding all others from seeing what was going on inside. Everyone's faces couldn't help but pale at the sight of this move. Yuhi involuntarily clenched her fist, staring ahead without batting an eye. She asked herself what she would do in the face of this terrifying move and quickly concluded that in her current state, she couldn't do anything apart from dodging. What would happen to Xianxia, who was bearing the full brunt of the countless swords? Blood drained from Meng Hong's face, turning white as paper. Sigh, that little brother is too arrogant. In any case, old Kong is a third-order open heaven realm master. How can he not have any trump cards up his sleeve? Someone on the sideline sighed. When I saw his fearsome strength, I thought that a genius had been born. But by the looks of it, the heavens must be jealous. Someone sneered. Genius? Only those who can grow into something are real geniuses. Haven't quite a few promising geniuses fallen in the 3,000 worlds before? In the past, wasn't Lan Tingyu amazing and brilliant? He could have become a high-rank open heaven realm master, known by all across the 3,000 worlds, but in the end he died, didn't he? You were right, someone agreed with him. Suddenly murderous intent started filling the air. Yuhi, who had been paying close attention to Xianxia all the while, coldly turned her head and stared at the people who were gossiping as she growled, "Shut up if you don't want to die." Sensing the cold, murderous intent, everyone immediately fell silent. "Cuckoo?" The old man surnamed Kong coughed lightly as he bled from the corner of his mouth. The last attack had exhausted a lot of his energy, and a trace of regret flashed across his eyes. Looking at the rioting sword intent, he muttered, "You might be outstanding, but you have no reverence for your elders. Even if you don't die today, you won't live much longer. Be sure to remember this lesson in your next life." "Really?" A figure walked out from the rioting sword intent and instantly arrived before the old Kong, coldly staring at him. "Do you only know how to fight with your mouth? In any case, you are a third-order open heaven realm master. Don't disappoint me." Old Kong turned pale in horror and involuntarily stepped back. When he focused his gaze to see who it was, he found that it was none other than Xianxia. What shocked him was apart from some minor injuries, Xianxia wasn't wounded at all. Impossible! The sword barrage was the strongest attack he could unleash. He knew that Xianxia was strong, so he didn't dare to hold back. He thought that Xianxia would be left seriously injured if not dead. But now it was apparent he only had some flesh wounds. Horrified, the old man instinctively raised his hand and thrust the sword he was holding out. With a clang, two artifacts collided as Xianxia made a sweep with his spear. Old Kong suddenly felt a fearsome and uncontrollable force assailing him along the long sword in his hand. His eyes instantly widened in disbelief. Too strong. No wonder he could wrestle with that roaring thunder beast. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, the old man's body flew out uncontrollably. Old Kong didn't panic though, rather he used this opportunity to distance himself. At the same time, he quickly formed hand seals as the long sword flew out, slashing down at Xianxia. Xianxia followed like a shadow, the long spear in his hand shaking as spear shadows blotted the entire sky, shrouding Old Kong. Deafening rumbles rang out to no end as two figures flew back and forth, colliding from time to time, causing the entire world to go pale. Everyone was watching the battle without batting an eye. They found the entire situation unbelievable. Even if Old Kang's small universe was suppressed and sealed, it wasn't like he could be beaten by a random Emperor Realm cultivator. But the facts proved otherwise. Much to their surprise, Old Kong was completely suppressed and could only defend himself without the ability to fight back. Is he really just an Emperor Realm Jr.? After 30 breaths of time, two figures clashed in the air once more before separating and standing face to face 1,000 meters apart. Yang Kai's imposing manner and fighting spirit soared as he pointed his spear forward. On the other hand, Old Kang's aura was waning. He seemed to have grown a few hundred years older over the past few breaths, and the longsword artifact in his hand had become somewhat dull. Old Kang's head hung low, standing completely still and staring at the longsword in his hand. Suddenly, a dismal voice passed into everyone's ears amid the howling winds and the dark and dreary world. "Little brother, please spare me." Everyone's face turned pale once they heard this. Old Kong actually lost. Watching the battle, Yang Kai did appear to have the advantage. But when they heard Old Kong really beg for mercy, they still found it hard to believe. Much to their shock and dismay, a third-order open heaven realm master had lost at the hands of an Emperor realm cultivator. Even if it was inside the grand ancient ruins, where small universes were suppressed and sealed, it was still unbelievable. Furthermore, a third-order open heaven realm master was forced to lower his head and beg for mercy, which clearly meant that Old Kong had no confidence in even escaping alive from Yang Kai's grasp. Yuhi's pretty eyes quivered as if she was recalling something, looking at Yang Kai, who knew what she was thinking, but there was a complex look on her face. Chan Yu, who was holding her, had a stranger gleam in her beautiful eyes as well. Meng Hong let out a sigh as he murmured, "A real man should be like this." He was yearning to be like Yang Kai, wondering when he could reach Yang Kai's level in his life, thinking it might be more than a little difficult. And when he accidentally noticed Chan Yu's expression, sadness struck him. When this king declared he would kill you, it wasn't a joke. Yang Kai thrust his spear as he arrived before Old Kong in the blink of an eye. Horrified, Old Kong instantly summoned a shield-type artifact and quickly retreated, holding it before him. But that shield couldn't even block the Azure Dragon spear for a breath before shattering to pieces. Under the shocked gaze of Old Kong, the long spear penetrated through his chest and came out through the back, directly pinning him in place. The world seemed to have frozen as all were shocking beyond belief. Yang Kai's arm shook as a violent burst of energy started wreaking havoc in Old Kang's body, crushing his 5 viscera and 6 organs. Old Kong coughed, coughing pieces of his internal organs. His face turned hideous as he looked at Yang Kai. "Junior, you are truly bold to use a dragon artifact. The Dragon Clan will not spare you. This old master will be going first, but he will see you soon in hell. Keep waiting." Yang Kai pulled his spear back before sweeping it out, smashing Old Kang's head and sending a blood rain down from the sky. Yang Kai's heart was pounding. After a bloody battle, he had finally vented the suffocating feeling that had bogged down his martial heart for a long time. He felt elated. Had he not been thrust into this mysterious grand ancient ruins boundary, he wouldn't have been able to experience this feeling of freedom again for a much longer time. Everyone looked at him with focused gazes, wearing all kinds of expressions on their faces. Much of their attention was on the Azure Dragon spear in his hand, as what Old Kong had said before his death had caught their attention. A dragon artifact, meaning that it was an artifact forged from a dragon's body. Naturally, it was extremely powerful. Although they felt that the Azure Dragon spear was extraordinary when Yang Kai fought with Old Kong, they didn't pay that much attention to it. But when Old Kong said this, they finally learned the truth. The long spear was radiating a faint dragon pressure, so if it wasn't a dragon artifact, what was it? No wonder when they were breaking through the beast tide, many exotic beasts backed away on their own initiative. Initially, they thought that it was because of Yang Kai's overbearing strength, but now it became apparent that it was because of this dragon artifact. For a moment, a trace of greed flashed in many people's eyes. Dragon artifacts were taboo in every part of the 3,000 worlds. As Old Kong had said before his death, if the Dragon Clan came to know about it, Yang Kai would be doomed. But then again, a dragon artifact was an extremely rare treasure. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, the ancient exotic beasts were just about everywhere, so if they had this dragon artifact in their possession, it could act as a deterrent in many cases, helping them avoid some unnecessary troubles. But Yang Kai was strong enough to overwhelm and kill a third-order open heaven realm master all by himself, so even though some people were having malicious thoughts at the moment, they didn't dare to attack him. After witnessing him fight Old Kong, who could say that they would be his opponent? The chance of failure and price to be paid was simply too high. After a long time, Yang Kai finally calmed down his emotions and put away the Azure Dragon spear. He then approached Old Kang's corpse and searched him before taking his space ring away. He then beckoned Meng Hong and the others, "Let's go." It wasn't suitable to stay here for a long time, as doing so would attract trouble. Who knows if the nearby exotic beasts would suddenly start attacking them? Why would the members of Great Moon Province have any objections? Having witnessed Yang Kai's combat power, they naturally felt more secure accompanying him. But after taking just a few steps, Yang Kai looked back and asked, "What are you guys doing?" He had only asked the people of Great Moon Province to come with him, but he had not expected for the dozens of other cultivators who had escaped together with him to follow suit. A fat young man stepped out and explained, cupping his fists and wearing a smile on his face. "Senior brother, regardless of the circumstances, we all fought side by side. You could say that we have shared life and death. Furthermore, the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary is fraught with crises. It would be better if we stick together. After having witnessed Senior Brother's invincible might, I would like to follow Senior Brother, heading your every order. Our only request is to safely leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." Everyone behind him nodded in agreement. Yang Kai glanced at him and indifferently replied, "No need. You can go wherever you want, just don't follow me." Having finished his piece, he ignored them and continued ahead. Senior brother, please wait a moment," the young fatty shouted aloud, chasing after him. Yang Kai promptly turned around as the Azure Dragon spear appeared in his hand all of a sudden. With his spear pressed against the young fatty's chest, Yang Kai coldly glaring at him and snarled, "If you keep chattering, don't blame this king for pushing this spear straight through you." The young fatty immediately froze on the spot as a drop of cold sweat trickled down his forehead. The corner of his mouth twitched before he raised his hands and entreated, "Senior brother, please calm yourself." Yang Kai stared deeply at him and let out a cold snort before putting away his spear and turning around, continuing on. The young fatty sighed, watching Yang Kai and his group leave as if he had missed a great opportunity. Some people were indignant, feeling that Yang Kai was too arrogant, but since he didn't want them to follow him, they weren't shameless enough to pursue. The crowd looked around at each other for a time before dispersing. After advancing for 300 kilometers, Yang Kai and the people of Great Moon Province inadvertently entered a mountain valley. The valley was lush with green plants everywhere, along with various exotic and beautiful flowers. It was beautiful and refreshing, like a spring day here. As soon as they entered the valley, everyone couldn't help but have an illusion that they had entered a paradise. The eyes of the women in the group especially lit up bright as they started looking around. Yang Kai looked around before suggesting, "Let's take a break here. Brother Meng, you and I will split up and scout this place to check if there is any hidden danger." "Good." Meng Hong nodded in agreement. After inspecting the valley, they found that it wasn't very big, spanning only a few kilometers and lacking any fearsome ominous beasts. This put everyone's heart at ease at least. After having been swallowed by the Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog, everyone found themselves in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, and before they could catch their breath, they were attacked by a ferocious beast tide. There were tens of thousands of people in that part of the Star City, but who knew how many of them would survive the beast tide? "No wonder he said that entering the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was both an opportunity and a disaster. The last battle had left everyone mentally and physically exhausted, and after having escaped the crisis, exhaustion finally hit them. They each found some place to take rest and heal their wounds. Yang Kai too sat down cross-legged under a tree. He spread his palms before him, staring at them, immersed in his thoughts. Although only a short time had passed since he entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, it felt like a year or two already. He had witnessed Emperor Realm cultivators fight in the outer universe every now and then, but not as many as he had seen today. Which led him to a discovery, which he hadn't noticed before. The Emperor Realm masters of the outer universe who had condensed their Dao seals were able to harness their yin, yang, and 5 elements, mobilizing this power to wield in battle, thereby increasing their combat efficiency and prowess. Suddenly, he recalled that Old Bai had done something similar back in Wind and Cloud Auction House, though he was quickly silenced by Old Yu. At that time, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it. "When I was fighting that old man surnamed Kong, he did something similar. It should have something to do with the power inside my Dao seal." Yang Kai heard someone approaching as a sweet fragrance tickled his nostrils. The next moment, a soft and tender figure sat down next to him. Yang Kai's thoughts were interrupted, and when he turned his head to look, he saw Yuhi looking at him with a smile on her face. Yang Kai couldn't help but furrow his brow. "What is it?" She smiled slyly, like a fox who had stolen a chicken. Yang Kai immediately put his guard up, but since they were in the grand ancient ruins boundary, he wasn't afraid of her. Yuhi hugged his knee and rested her cheek on it, giving the impression of a young girl who was ignorant of the world and was looking forward to the promising future ahead of her. "Why did you kill that old man?" "What do you mean, why?" "I killed him because I didn't like him," Yang Kai impatiently replied. "Because he injured me?" "Stop deluding yourself." Yang Kai ignored her, but he remained persistent. She came closer as her fragrant breath trickled Yang Kai's nose. "It's because of that, am I right? Otherwise, why would you kill him? Are you in heat or something?" Yang Kai was a little speechless. Although that was indeed a part of the reason, Yang Kai would never admit it. When the roaring thunder beast attacked, the old man surnamed Kong dodged without any hesitation, and though he could have done so too, she instead chose to take the thunderbolt head-on. She probably thought that, if she were to avoid it as well, Yang Kai and the others behind her would surely die. This caused Yang Kai to see her in a new light, feeling that she wasn't truly a bad person. Be that as it may, it's because of her that I got swept into this grand ancient ruins boundary. Otherwise, I would have met up with Proprietress at the Universe Temple. Thinking of her, Yang Kai directly asked, "Is she all right?" He had only heard that the Proprietress had suffered serious injuries and was recuperating in the Universe Temple. He hadn't asked Yuhi about the specifics as they weren't familiar with each other. What's more, he was a prisoner, so he wasn't entitled to ask any questions. Yuhi disdainfully spat, scoffing, "Of course she's all right. What else? Is she seriously injured?" Yuhi remained silent for a while before she shook her head. "Whether she is heavily or lightly injured is irrelevant, as you have no idea about her abilities. Now that she has sought shelter in the Universe Temple, she will recover sooner or later." Yang Kai gently nodded his acknowledgement. It could be said that the weight on his heart was finally lifted. "Do you think that you have the time to worry about others? Worry about yourself first," Yuhi jealously continued. "After entering the grand ancient ruins boundary, you can't leave until it closes on its own. I'm afraid we will be staying here for a long time." When she brought this up, Yang Kai grew a little worried. Is the period which this grand ancient ruins boundary remains open really different every time? Yuhi slowly nodded. "As far as I know, that is the case. It will remain open for between a decade to a century. But even if it remains open for a century, for cultivators like us, it's still just a snap of the fingers. For an open heaven realm master like Yuhi, a century was indeed like a snap of one's fingers, but it was completely different for Yang Kai. The star boundary was in a precarious situation. It was in danger and its world principles were collapsing. If Yang Kai couldn't find the world tree to repair the star boundary soon, the entire universe world would die sooner or later. A century? Can the star boundary hold on till then? "Young master, what are you thinking?" Yuhi couldn't help but ask, looking at the change in Yang Kai's expression. Yang Kai furrowed his brow, looking at her. He was rendered speechless. "In any case, you are an open heaven realm master, and a fifth-order one at that. Why are you humiliating yourself?" Yuhi asked, surprised. "How am I humiliating myself?" Yang Kai continued, shaking his head. "I am just a trivial Emperor Realm Junior. How can you allow yourself to address me as young master?" She had said the same before the old man surnamed Kong as well. Yuhi pursed her lips into a sweet smile. "Oh, that's what you are referring to. I'm happy to do it, so what? Do as you wish." Yang Kai didn't want to dwell on this topic. He hesitated for a moment before asking, "Can I ask you a question?" Yuhi turned serious. "Ask ahead. Will frequent use of the power of yin, yang, and 5 elements in one's Dao seal affect it in any way?" Yuhi was astounded. Why would it affect one's Dao seal? "Since it's your power, it will always be yours." She suddenly furrowed her brow. "Why don't you even know this?" "Lan Yu Ruo didn't tell you." Yang Kai explained. "I've only been in the outer universe for about a year. I don't know much about many things. Usually, proprietress didn't pay attention to my cultivation. Thinking about it though, since it was the power within his own Tao seal, why would it matter if he used it? In the Seven Wonders land, he had once used his wood element to assist the growth of the fire spirit fruit trees after all. After giving it a thought, he realized that he had made a wrong assumption. He was mouth agape in shock. You only entered the outer universe a year ago? What's the problem? He slowly shook her head. I thought that you had been with Lan Yu Rua for a long time, so it's like that. How many elements have you gathered? Yang Kai naturally had nothing to hide. Furthermore, since he was the one asking for advice, he would obviously speak the truth too, wood and fire. He continued, the yin, yang, and 5 elements have their own characteristics. Wood is filled with vitality and is best for healing and cultivation. Fire is hot and explosive, suitable for attacking. Metal is sharp and aggressive. If it's applied to an artifact, it boosts the offensive power of that artifact. Earth is thick and heavy, so its defense is outstanding. Water is formless, making it suitable for all roles from healing to offense to defense. As yin and yang, they both have their own effects. The battle between the masters below the open heaven realm masters is basically a competition of quality and control over the powers of yin, yang, and 5 elements. Yang Kai appeared to be pondering it deeply but soon nodded before requesting, please enlighten me. He stated, attack me. Saying so, a yellowish-brown aura suddenly covered her entire body. A tremendous earth element was congealed in that aura. Obviously, Yuhi had mobilized the power in her Tao seal for defense. Yang Kai casually launched a palm attack at her. He had wanted to try this combat style, so he held nothing back. The moment he swung his palm, a reddish aura suddenly surged around it, radiating tremendous heat. A deafening bang immediately followed. Yuhi's figure shook as a ripple visible to the naked eye spread over the yellowish-brown aura covering her body before it fiercely caved in. Not only that, Yang Kai's palm also sank in. The consolidated defense around her body seemed to be on the verge of shattering. Fortunately, Yang Kai timely withdrew his palm. Yuhi's beautiful eyes widened in shock, looking at Yang Kai. What order of fire element did you condense? What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at her in confusion. Yuhi murmured, as I just said, the battle between cultivators below the open heaven realm is a competition between the quality and control of their yin, yang, and 5 elements. The earth element I have condensed is 5th order, so any power below 5th order would not put a dent in the defense created using it, unless one struck multiple times. But you nearly broke my defense in just one palm. Did you refine a 6th order fire element material? No. That's not right either. It's impossible for a 6th order fire element power to have such tremendous power. Could it be of 7th order? Just as she spoke of this, Yuhi covered her red lips with her hand as her pretty eyes quivered in shock. Yang Kai was also astounded. He hadn't expected Yuhi to draw such a conclusion from just a casual attack, and her inference was not wrong. The golden crow fire was absolutely not just 7th order. Damn. Yuhi's face turned ashen. Lan Yu Rua, you've gone mad? You actually dare to do this? Who knows why? But Yuhi's face turned as pale as paper, and she abruptly stood up while speaking, clenching her fists so tightly her knuckles had turned white. What does this have to do with proprietress? Yang Kai frowned. Yuhi ground her teeth as she replied, didn't she assist you in condensing your fire element? Yang Kai had told her himself that he had been in the outer universe for just about a year, so how could he have strength and resources to find such a high-order open heaven material? It must be known that a 7th-order material was worth over 100 million open heaven pills. She didn't believe that Yang Kai possessed such wealth. Furthermore, it wasn't something he could buy unless Lan Yu Rua helped him. It was quite natural for her to make such an assumption as she had no idea that Yang Kai had his own opportunities. Yang Kai didn't want to explain, but he was a little curious, so he instead asked, so what? Doesn't condensing higher-order materials just mean breaking through to a higher-order open heaven realm? You don't understand at all. Yuhi shook her head. Suddenly, she asked another question, what about your wood element? It couldn't also be 7th order, right? Yang Kai himself was wondering about its order, only figuring that the essence of the immortal tree should be very high. Yuhi's face, seeing his reaction, turned even paler. She crouched down and solemnly looked at him. Never. ever let anyone know that you have condensed seventh-order elements. Promise me." There was a pleading look on her face as if she was requesting something very important. A confused look appeared on Yang Kai's face as he wondered, "Has she gone insane? We don't have that deep a relationship. Had it not been for Yuhi's previous conduct, he would have parted ways with her already." Still, Yang Kai felt really uncomfortable when she was talking to him in this tone. His reaction didn't go unnoticed by Yuhi, and her face turned slightly red as she tucked her hair behind her ear, stating, "I know that there are some misunderstandings between us, and you don't trust me much, but please believe me when I say I will never try to harm you." She hesitated for a while before continuing. "There was once a man who was monstrously talented, overwhelming all other geniuses in his generation. Just like you, he condensed seventh-order elements, and throughout the entire 3000s world, no one below the open heaven realm was his opponent. He had even fought a low-rank open heaven realm master to draw. But in the end, he died." "How did he die?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Yuhi's eyes flickered with a sliver of sadness. "The tallest tree in the forest always faces the strongest winds. Do you know that Lan Yu Rua herself had a chance to break through directly to the seventh order? I heard something about it. Then do you know why she's stuck in the sixth order?" Yuhi lightly sneered. Yang Kai shook his head. "I've never heard the reason. Because if she tried to break through to the seventh order, she would be dead. Therefore, she only advanced to the sixth order. She did so just to safeguard her dog life." Yuhi's tone was solemn. Yang Kai unhappily rebuked. "Proprietress has done me many big favors, don't speak ill of her," Yuhi added in a cold voice. "If she was really thinking of your own good, she wouldn't have let you condense seventh-order elements. She is only harming you just like back then." "Back then when—" While speaking, Yuhi's eyes turned wet as she choked with sobs. Yang Kai, seeing this, didn't know what to say. He could clearly tell that there was some kind of deep grievance between the proprietress and Yuhi. They should have some past grudges between them, as well as a complicated story. After a while, Yuhi wiped the corner of her eyes before exhorting in a lonesome voice. "In any case, you must remember this. You should never let anyone know about your secrets. And as for the dragon artifact, it would be better if you never used it again. Otherwise, you would be in big trouble after you leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary." After advising him so, Yuhi turned around and left, her figure looking bleak and lonely. Yang Kai, watching her departing back, sunk into his own thoughts. In fact, he didn't need Yuhi to specifically tell him to hide his secrets. Only, judging by how serious Yuhi had warned him, he realized he needed to be extra careful in the future. As for the dragon artifact, the Azure Dragon Spear, Yang Kai actually couldn't wait for the Dragon Clan to come looking for him. He was alone and had no one to rely on in the outer universe, so it would be great if he could get in touch with the Dragon Clan. After Yuhi left, Yang Kai tried to manipulate space principles to see if he could tear space and leave the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. According to Yuhi, they would be here for at least a decade and possibly up to a century. But if he could shatter the void and leave this place, he wouldn't need to stay. Furthermore, he had faced this kind of situation many times before, so Yang Kai wasn't unfamiliar with it. But after a few tries, he discovered that the world principles of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary were extremely firm. He couldn't break through the world barrier with his current mastery of the Tao of space. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little frustrated. It seemed that he would have to find some other way or wait for the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary to close by itself. "Senior brother Yang." A sweet voice suddenly rang in Yang Kai's ears, interrupting his thoughts. He looked up and saw Chun Yu standing right before him. Her eyes were completely glued on him, and when their eyes met, a slightly red hue embellished her pretty face. Yang Kai asked, nodding, "What's wrong?" Chun Yu replied, "Nothing's wrong. Yuer just wanted to thank Senior Brother Yang. Had it not been for Senior Brother Yang, I would have been dead." Yang Kai humbly stated, "It was nothing. Don't worry about it." Chun Yu continued, "It might be nothing for Senior Brother, but it was a life-saving grace for me. This junior sister is unable to repay your kindness right now, but if Senior Brother needs anything from me in the future, please just say it. Yuer will do everything to fulfill it." Yang Kai raised his hand, stating, "You don't have to be so serious. Brother Meng and I are old acquaintances. Since you were his friend, then you are also my friend. It's only right and proper to help each other out. Xin Yu asked, how did Senior Brother and Senior Brother Meng become acquaintances? Why haven't I heard Senior Brother Meng mention it before? Her eyes were brightly shining, as if she was looking at some rare treasure. If Junior Sister wants to know about it, why not ask Brother Meng? He can tell you all about it. Yang Kai pointed in a certain direction. Chun Yu turned to look and saw Meng Hong approaching, and her expression immediately turned a little unnatural, but she still put on a smiling face when Meng Hong arrived by her side. I came to thank Senior Brother Yang. Meng Hong nodded his acknowledgement. That's all right, but Junior Sister, you were injured. You shouldn't move around too much. You should focus on recovering first. Xin Yu obediently agreed, then I will be on my way. Please continue. Junior Sister Chun is a good girl, and quite talented as well, Meng Hong stated, looking at the departing Chun Yu. He seemed to be talking more to himself than Yang Kai. Yang Kai smiled. Brother Meng, if you are interested in her, you might as well boldly pursue her. Meng Hong shook his head with a wry smile. I'm interested in her, but I'm afraid she is not interested in me. Yang Kai added with a stern look on his face. Absolute sincerity can move even the hardest of hearts. As long as Brother Meng shows his sincerity, how can Sister Chun not feel it? Meng Hong, lowering his head, pondered for a while before he nodded. Brother Yang is right. I was wrong. He then switched the topic. Brother Yang, you are not seriously injured, are you? Yang Kai had brought them out of the beast tide and then fought with Old Kong. Naturally, he wouldn't have come out unscathed. I'm fine, it's just some minor injuries. Yang Kai shook his head. Meng Hong was filled with great admiration. Today, I have learned how great Brother Yang is. You even killed a third-order open heaven realm master and a roaring thunder beast. This Meng was really a frog in the well, thinking that the sky was just this big. He was truly shocked this time. He too was an Emperor realm cultivator, but he had never thought that a cultivator of his realm could display such fearsome combat power. Every sweep of Yang Kai's spear blew away the ancient exotic beasts into a bloody mist. Even a third-order open heaven realm master could only retreat in defeat before dying. Meng Hong couldn't help but yearn for such power. It was just a fluke, Yang Kai modestly stated. By the way, how are Old Fong and the others doing in Great Moon Province? Meng Hong replied with a smile. Junior Brother Fong and Junior Sister Jie, you are doing well. Asun's cultivation is back on track too. I too have been receiving personal training from Marshal Ant Tao. They all miss Brother Yang though. I don't know how they are doing right now, but before I left, all of them asked me to inquire about you while I was out. Unfortunately, before I could carefully check up on Brother Yang, we came here. Fortunately, we encountered the grand ancient ruins rolling fog. Otherwise, I would have never met Brother Yang so quickly. Hearing that Old Fong and the others were doing fine, Yang Kai's heart was put at ease. After all, Old Fong and Ye Yu were the first friends he had made after arriving in the outer universe. They had also taken good care of him in Seven Wonders Land. When he escaped from Seven Wonders Land, they followed him, blazing their way through all obstacles together, sharing life and death. The world was so vast though, so who knows when he would meet them again. Thinking of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but be struck with a little melancholy. But as long as we are living, we will have a chance to meet sooner or later. What does Brother Yang plan to do next? Meng Hong solemnly asked. In their group, He was a fifth-order open heaven realm master and Yang Kai had shown overwhelming combat prowess. The remaining few people were fellow brothers and sisters of Great Moon Province, and Chun Yu, so their group wasn't that big, 7 in total. They couldn't really do much in the grand ancient ruins boundary on their own. What does Brother Meng think we should do? If Meng Hong hadn't asked, Yang Kai himself would have asked the very same question. Meng Hong pondered for a moment before replying, self-preservation. We should seek self-preservation first before thinking about doing anything else. He eloquently continued, the grand ancient ruins boundary this time is completely different from the past. Even if the grand ancient ruins boundary opened in the past, not many people would be swept into it. But this time an entire Star City has been swallowed up, dragging in a couple 100,000 cultivators. Anyone with a little brains could tell that we should stick together. Even that Ding Yi did the same. He raised his own banner and gathered together a group of followers. Although Brother Yang has strength and courage that not even 10,000 men can match, you are just one person in the end. Whatever conflict arises, if you remain alone, you will be the one to suffer, always. Furthermore, the beast tide attacked the ruins of the Star City the moment we arrived. So who knows what other crises are lurking inside the grand ancient ruins boundary. Many masters have lost their lives in this place over the millennia. If we aren't careful, I'm afraid we will be following their footsteps. Yang Kai lightly nodded. Although Meng Hong's idea was a little conservative, it was also in line with his thoughts. What Yang Kai saw and heard today gave him much to think about, and he needed some time to digest all of it, especially about the power within his Dao Seal. He had experienced too few real battles after entering the outer universe and had not yet discovered the effectiveness of his yin, yang, and 5 elements. No one had even told him about this until today. But since he had come to know about it today, Yang Kai naturally wanted to carefully study it. Ha! Meng Hong heaved a sigh. Speaking of which, we are the ones causing trouble for Brother Yang. If Brother Yang was on his own, he would be able to accomplish great deeds in the grand ancient ruins. Yang Kai couldn't stop himself from laughing. Brother Meng, you are taking this all too seriously. Just as you said, the grand ancient ruins is fraught with unknown crises. I am just an Emperor Realm cultivator, so what can I even accomplish on my own? While the two were talking, Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, looking in a certain direction, and slightly frowned. Very soon, Meng Hong also sensed something. He looked in the same direction, frowning and beckoning his nearby junior brothers at the same time. Shin Yu came closer at that time and asked, "Senior brothers, what's the matter?" Although she was an Emperor Realm cultivator as well, it was evident that her divine sense wasn't as powerful as Meng Hong's, otherwise how could she have failed to notice the disturbance? The nearby Yuhi softly sneered, "A large number of people are approaching. If I'm right, they are those who have made their way out of the Star City." Chen Yu's face slightly changed after hearing this. After all, the Star City wasn't that far away from here, just 1,000 kilometers at most. It was natural for some to flee in their direction. As expected, a bunch of blazing auras appeared in their sight shortly after. Slowly, they could make out human figures amongst those auras heading straight towards this mountain valley. The aura of the figure leading the group was like a shooting star and was drenched in blood. Surprisingly, it was none other than Ding Yi. There were over 1,000 cultivators behind him at this moment. Soon, the streaks of light fell down on the valley one by one. Ding Yi glanced at Yang Kai from a distance as a smile appeared on his lips. "We meet again. It seems we share some destiny." Although he was smiling, there was no warmth behind it. Yang Kai, on the other hand, ignored him altogether. Yang Kai's attitude made Ding Yi coldly snort. He then looked around before his gaze landed on Yu He, wandering over her lithe figure. He smacked his lips and proposed, "Madam, what this Ding said before is still valid. Why don't you give it another thought?" In the Star City, Ding Yi had once offered to accept Yu He as his woman. Naturally, it was impossible for Yu He to agree. She was alone at that time, and not wanting to have any conflict with Ding Yi and the others, she immediately fled. But unfortunately, she was forced to return by the beast tide. With disaster knocking at the door, Ding Yi couldn't have cared less about Yu He. He just wanted to survive. But now that he had made it out of the siege, and gathered a large number of people under him, his self-confidence was bolstered. His dark thoughts couldn't help but rear their heads again. After all, Yu He was a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Ding Yi himself had no idea when or even if he could reach the fifth-order open heaven realm, and he would not find such a great opportunity once he left the grand ancient ruins boundary. If he could taste a fifth-order open heaven realm woman here, then this trip to the grand ancient ruins boundary would not be in vain. Just as Ding Yi proposed this, his minions immediately started clamoring. "Oi, you there, you are lucky. My Emperor Heaven's commander has taken a liking to you. You should obediently become his wife. If you obey our commander, he will keep you safe, otherwise it will be difficult for you to take even a single step in the grand ancient ruins boundary. That chick isn't bad either. Why don't I take her with the commander?" "Ha ha. Since the commander is eating the meat, naturally we will have to drink the soup. Why would the commander be interested in that little girl when he has such a feast already?" One by one, the men behind Ding Yi started shouting. Ding Yi, on the other hand, stood carrying his hands behind his back. His face was ruddy and filled with pride. Today, Emperor Heaven had killed their way out of the beast tied under his lead. Everyone admired him, and it was his charisma that brought this ragtag bunch together, leading them by example, raising everyone's morale. Ding Yi believed that as long as he was given some time, he could surely make Emperor Heaven rise to prominence in the grand ancient ruins boundary. And at that time, he would be the true ruler of this place. Everyone's life and death would be in his hands. He was drunk on this sense of superiority, which he could never have in the 3,000 worlds. The unique environment of the grand ancient ruins boundary gave all Emperor Realm cultivators a chance to be the masters of their own destiny. Ding Yi believed that this was a heaven-sent chance, an opportunity bestowed to him by the heavens themselves. Chun Yu's face turned pale after hearing their calls. She had never thought that she would suffer such an unexpected crisis, and couldn't help but lean towards Yang Kai and Meng Hong, as if she wanted to seek a sense of security. On the other hand, Yuhi smiled, and her pretty and captivating eyes flickered with a bright and intelligent gleam. Then you will have to ask my young master. If young master agrees, this maid will not complain, no matter who she is sent to do. But if young master refuses, then this maid must remain with her young master. Saying so, she shamelessly grabbed Yang Kai's arm and held it between her twin peaks. Yang Kai calmly glanced over at her as Yuhi's fragrant breath blew on his face. Young master, I will obey you. Her submissive attitude coupled with the charming temperament caused the breathing of many men to turn ragged. They were secretly jealous of Yang Kai's luck. What great force does this bastard belong to that he actually has a maid like this serving him? A wry smile appeared on Yang Kai's face as he muttered, "You're really making me the public's enemy." While speaking, he reached out and pinched Yuhi's tender cheek, to the point where red marks appeared on her fair face. Yuhi's brow twitched slightly. Who knew what was going on in her mind, but she didn't avoid Yang Kai's touch. Meng Hong blushed at the sight of this, while Chen Yu's mouth fell agape. As for the disciples of Great Moon Province, they all quickly averted their gazes. The two kept flirting in the open, causing Ding Yu to turn livid. Having come over with the might of the 1,000 men of Emperor Heaven behind him, he believed that he would not be able to resist him. He would definitely take her to his bed tonight and make her his. But after watching this display, he immediately felt insulted. He thus shouted in an ice-cold voice, "Brat, you court death. Commander, let me kill him." A burly bald man behind Ding Yi stepped forward. His aura was thick and head, and he was wielding a menacing broadsword. The blood on the blade was still not dry, so obviously, he had killed a lot of exotic beasts in the battle just now. Ding Yi solemnly nodded. "Since this little brat has shamelessly rejected a face-shaving offer, go and teach him to show proper respect." The burly man rubbed his bald head, snickering, "Don't worry, Commander. I will let him know the might of our Emperor Heaven." He then pointed his broadsword at Yang Kai and grimly stated, "Boy, come accept your death." Yang Kai raised his hand. "Wait a moment." The burly bald man sneered. "If you have any last words, speak up, or forever hold your tongue." Yang Kai chuckled and then stated, ignoring him and staring only at Ding Yi, "If you want, I can give this cheap slut to you. I don't really want her anyway." Saying so, he pushed Yuhi away, causing the Fifth Order Open Heaven Master to stagger. Ding Yi was startled and immediately nodded with satisfaction. "Seems like even a brat like you can be tactful." Yuhi was even more stunned. She glared at Yang Kai, her pretty eyes burning with fury as her body shook in anger. Infuriated, Yuhi turned around and started kicking and punching Yang Kai, though she wasn't using any real power. So, it looked like a lover's spat to others. Ding Yi's face turned ashen. "You dare to lie to me?" He waved his hand, roaring, "Kill the man, capture the woman." Just as the order was issued, the burly bald man slashed his broadsword down. The broadsword was surrounded by a faint golden glow, giving everyone the feeling that it was extremely sharp and could cut through any obstacle like a hot knife through butter. Yang Kai hadn't paid attention to it before, but at this moment, when he took a closer look, he knew that the burly bald man was using the metal element power in his Dao seal. Yang Kai promptly pulled Yuhi behind him before raising his hand and pressing it forward. His hand was radiating a scorching heat as he drew on his fire element power. Yang Kai also wanted to give this combat style a try. Yang Kai's palm passed by the sharp broadsword, pressing straight towards the burly bald man's chest. The burly man was also ruthless and vicious, so he didn't try to dodge or block the oncoming palm. Rather, the golden glow around the broadsword grew brighter. Surprisingly, he wanted to trade injury with injury as his lips rose into a hideous smile. With a clang, Xianxia's figure staggered backwards a little as the broadsword slashed at his chest. In an instant, his clothes were slashed through while the burly man was sent flying by the palm. No one seemed to seize the advantage in this exchange. Yuhi was greatly taken aback and quickly rushed over and checked Xianxia's chest. Are you all right? When she lifted up his damaged clothes, she just saw a white scratch on Xianxia's skin. The broadsword had only managed to scratch him a little, not even drawing a drop of blood. Yuhi was dumbfounded. The burly bald man might not have used his entire strength just now, but that still wasn't something an Emperor Realm cultivator would be able to block with just his body alone. However, Xianxia was completely alright even after taking that blow. Is this boy even human? Xianxia sneered as flicked his chest, a waste like you wants to injure this king? In your dreams. Go back and cultivate for a few more centuries. Yuhi stared at him in a daze, her pretty eyes flashing fiercely. The nearby Chunyu, on the other hand, stared at Xianxia with a look of admiration on her face. She too was an Emperor Realm cultivator, but she didn't dare to take such an attack head-on. Interesting. The burly bald man, after regaining his footing, pointed his broadsword at Xianxia, smiling wickedly. Brat, I hope you can remain so bull-headed until the end. Don't. Mid-sentence, the burly bald man's face suddenly turned red, and before he could finish his words, he spurted a mouthful of blood. The blood he spurted seemed to be boiling as it was radiating scorching heat. Dingy exclaimed, "What's wrong?" The burly bald man didn't even have the time to answer his question, as his entire body quickly turned red as boiling blood bubbled out of his mouth. In just 10 breaths, the burly bald man let out a miserable scream before he collapsed to the ground and stopped breathing. Much to everyone's surprise, he died just like that. The entire field sunk into pin-drop silence. The surrounding cultivators looked aghast at Xianxia, as if they were looking at a ghost. After all, Xianxia had only swung his palm once, but that was enough to take the life of the burly bald man. Everyone present knew they weren't any stronger than the burly bald man, which meant that if they were in his situation, they too would not have survived. Xianxia, on the other hand, looked at the burly bald man as if it had nothing to do with him, a thoughtful expression on his face. The way this man died reminded him of what happened back on the Sunstar. Back then, when a number of low-rank Open Heaven Masters were burned by the Golden Crow's true fire, they died similar deaths. The Golden Crow's true fire was extremely fearsome. When even those Open Heaven Realm Masters couldn't hold on for too long after having been burned by the true fire, what could an insignificant Emperor Realm Master do? The bald man had no way to deal with the Golden Crow's true fire invading his body, dooming him from the start. Fortunately, I refined my wood element from the Immortal tree's essence. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to suppress the Golden Crow's true fire in my Dao seal. So this is the might of the 7th order fire element. Yuhi's pretty eyes looked at Xianxia as a complicated look appeared on her face. With this 7th order firepower, how could anyone in the Emperor realm be his opponent if it was a one-on-one match? You court death. The tragic death of his subordinate made Ding Yi blow his top. Thus, he waved his hand and shouted, "Kill him!" The moment he issued the order, everyone charged at Xianxia all at once. Even though everyone was afraid of Xianxia's methods, they had the overwhelming advantage in numbers. When even their commander, Ding Yi, was attacking, how could they fall behind? In the blink of an eye, the brilliance of secret techniques and artifacts dazzled everyone as they launched their attacks at Xianxia. Take care of them. Xianxia sent Yuhi a divine sense transmission before throwing himself straight into the approaching crowd. His intrepid physique was more than enough to negate a large part of the damage from these attacks. Furthermore, using space principles, Xianxia came and went like a ghost. Xianxia didn't resort to any other methods and instead kept attacking with the same flaming palm. Many people were struck by his palm without even catching sight of Xianxia's figure. Immediately, scorching hot energy started to rampage in their bodies, burning them from the inside out. They couldn't get rid of that scorching energy no matter how hard they tried. Cultivators fell to the ground one by one, coughing up scorching hot blood. Every time Xianxia swung his palm, an Emperor Heaven member would inexplicably lose his life, striking panic into the hearts of the others. Ding Yi's eyes cracked wide open as his heart bled. Emperor Heaven had recruited over 1,000 men, so the death of a few of them would be a drop in the bucket, but Xianxia's actions were extremely detrimental to their morale. If he couldn't bring down Xianxia today, how would he convince the public in the future? Gritting his teeth, Ding Yi turned his head toward Yu He and the others before raising his arm and ordering, "Follow me." Hundreds of people immediately gathered around him before charging towards Yu He and the others. Unable to take down Xianxia, Ding Yi focused his attention on the others. As long as he could capture them, Xianxia couldn't do anything. Meng Hong's face turned pale as he clenched the artifact in his hand tighter. Qinyu was also shivering in fright. In the blink of an eye, when he and his men were just within 300 meters of Meng Hong and the others, Ding Yi raised his arm and ordered, "Capture them alive!" Yu He remained cool-headed and just sneered at Ding Yi and the others before summoning a small flower umbrella-like artifact. The umbrella opened up and slowly started rotating. Immediately afterward, transparent filaments drooped down from the umbrella one after another. Surprisingly, it was a defensive artifact. It might look small, but it was enough to cover everyone in it. As Yu He was unable to display her full strength in this place, the might of the artifact was naturally much lower than normal. Under the attack of over 100 Emperor Realm cultivators, it might not last longer and its defense would be broken. At that time, apart from Yu He, who could defend herself a little, the life and death of Great Moon Province's people would be left to the heavens. Xianxia seized a moment to take a look at Yu He and the others. After checking their situation, he forced everyone around him back with a few palm attacks before teleporting to the front of Yu He and grinning at Ding Yi. Immediately after, he smacked a palm at him. Ding Yi quivered visibly. Having witnessed the tragic deaths of so many of his subordinates, he was well aware of the terror of Xianxia's palm. As such, he immediately halted his charge and promptly kicked the ground, taking flight. Xianxia, on the other hand, remained like maggots on rotting bones. Ding Yi's mouth was filled with bitterness. His intestines had turned green in regret. He finally made it out of the beast tide and was able to gather a large group of followers in the process. This was a big victory for him, leaving him in high spirits. But he had never expected to run into a freak like Xianxia the very next moment. He secretly decided that if he could escape from this crisis, he would run in the opposite direction at the mere sight of Xianxia in the future. As Xianxia's palm came closer, Ding Yi could feel the scorching heat radiating from it, and he exclaimed in his heart, "My destined end has come." At that moment, the ground started quaking and cracked apart, causing everyone to stagger. The next moment, an enormous figure suddenly rushed out from the crack. The figure was several tens of meters wide and tall and jet black in color. It seemed to have no eyes, ears, or nose. The only thing at its frontmost end was an enormous mouth that was constantly squirming like a rotating millstone, creating a terrifying suction. The few Emperor Heaven cultivators who were caught off guard were directly swallowed by that mouth and disappeared. Earth Dragon. Xianxia raised his brow, looking at the exotic beast that had suddenly risen out of the ground. Surprise was clearly written on his face. Xianxia had carefully checked this valley when they arrived here, but he hadn't discovered anything unusual. Who knew where this Earth Dragon had been hiding that Xianxia had failed to discover it? Perhaps it had been disturbed by the battle, otherwise it would not have rushed out at this moment. Furthermore, judging by the aura of the Earth Dragon, it was in no way inferior to the Roaring Thunder beast in terms of strength. Amid the deafening rumbles, the Earth Dragon's entire body was displayed before everyone. Impressively, it was 300 meters long, and every time it snapped its jaw, it would swallow a few cultivators. On the other hand, the attacks of the cultivators couldn't even scratch the creature's skin. Xianxia personally witnessed several cultivators attacking it with their respective artifacts, only for them to simply slide off the Earth Dragon's body. Emperor Heaven had suffered a complete defeat at the hands of Xianxia, and now a strange exotic beast had suddenly appeared. How could they still have the will to remain? Everyone fled. Witnessing this, Ding Yi could only clench his teeth and glare at Xianxia in rage before pulling back from the valley. It had only been 30 breaths since the Earth Dragon had made an appearance. But in this short period, All of the surviving Emperor Heaven Masters had fled from the valley. If they were given ample time, they might be able to kill the Earth Dragon. But Xianxia was still lurking about. He would not give them any opportunity to cooperate and hunt down the Earth Dragon. The Earth Dragon leapt out and chomped down yet again, devouring a few cultivators who were slightly slower in escaping. Once the Emperor Heaven Masters had escaped, the Earth Dragon turned around and charged straight at Xianxia. As it was approaching, its enormous mouth began to squirm, making Chun Yu feel nauseated and almost causing her to empty her stomach. Xianxia, on the other hand, remained where he was, calm and composed, not showing any intention of dodging. Seeing the Earth Dragon getting closer and closer, Meng Hong and the others' hearts jumped to their throats, and even Yu He furiously shouted, "Do you want to die? Why are you still not running away?" Just as she shouted, the Earth Dragon was already upon Xianxia, its enormous mouth open right above him. Yu He clutched her flower umbrella and prepared to defend. Humph! Xianxia let out a cold snort. The next thing that happened blew Yu He and the others' minds away. The moment Xianxia snorted, the Earth Dragon froze on the spot. Its squirming mouth was just a meter away from Xianxia, and it could swallow him up if it just pushed forward slightly. Slowly, drops of its saliva dripped from its mouth, creating enormous potholes in the ground the next moment. Obviously, its saliva was extremely corrosive. But in the end, the Earth Dragon didn't move. Just a single snort made the Earth Dragon terrified. It was an amazing feat. But how did he do it? Meng Hong and the others' eyes couldn't help but widened as a look of incredulity blanketed their faces. Even Yu He couldn't figure out what was going on. If Xianxia had repelled or killed it in a straight-up battle, Yu He and the others would not have found it too hard to accept. But what they saw confused them greatly. What is this Earth Dragon afraid of exactly? Or is there something on Xianxia that is making the Earth Dragon afraid? In front of everyone's eyes, the Earth Dragon remained frozen in its place for a while before it slowly prostrated before Xianxia's feet. Even its squirming mouth was tightly shut. It might not have said anything, but everyone understood. Much to their surprise, the Earth Dragon was surrendering to Xianxia. Everyone was shocked. Xianxia raised his foot and stepped on the Earth Dragon's enormous snout, laughing. "Seems you're a tactful fellow. If it was any other exotic beast, Xianxia would have no choice but to fight it out. But this Earth Dragon possessed a weak Dragon Clan bloodline. It might be very impure and in trace amounts, but as long as one possessed the Dragon Clan's bloodline, they would be subjected to bloodline suppression." Others couldn't feel the golden divine dragon source strength in Xianxia's body, but how could the Earth Dragon fail to notice it? How could the Earth Dragon presumptuously act before such a mighty bloodline? Considering it wasn't easy for you to cultivate your current realm, I won't kill you today. You can go, Xianxia shouted. The Earth Dragon seemed to have understood, or perhaps it could feel the meaning behind Xianxia's words. So it slowly stood up before turning around and slowly ambling off in a different direction, leaving large patches of mucus wherever it passed by. It looked extremely disgusting. However, after moving off a short distance, it suddenly turned around and returned to Xianxia, sending some vague divine sense fluctuations to him. Yu He curiously asked, "What does it want?" Xianxia listened for a long time, frowning, before a weird expression came over his face. "I think it wants to take me somewhere." Just as he said this, the Earth Dragon arched its head down and carried Xianxia up. Afterwards, it ignored everything else and turned around, slithering toward another direction. Its 300 meters long body slid along the ground, making deafening rumbles. "Where's it taking you?" Yu He flashed over, standing beside Xianxia. Xianxia shook his head in response, "No idea." Although the Earth Dragon had some sentience, it was still quite vague and chaotic, so it couldn't express itself clearly. Its divine sense transmissions were also obscure and confusing, leaving Xianxia baffled. All he knew was that the place it was taking him to was very important. Shwa shwa shwa, those from Great Moon Province also flew over and landed on the Earth Dragon's back. Its back wasn't too wide, but it was very long, so it wasn't a problem for a few people to stand on it. The only negative for the women was the strange smell coming from the Earth Dragon's body. Furthermore, almost its entire body was covered in mucus. If they weren't careful, they might get it smeared on their clothes or bodies, which was something they couldn't possibly bear. Since we have nothing to do, we might as well check it out. Maybe we will find some kind of treasure. suggested Yang Kai. Meng Hong agreed with a nod. We will obey Brother Yang's decision. Since Yang Kai somehow subdued an exotic beast, it would give anyone an extra sense of security. It was natural for them to follow anywhere Yang Kai went. Yuhi lightly poked Yang Kai in the waist as she curiously asked, "What exactly did you do? Why is this big guy so obedient to you? It's even taking you to some amazing location?" Yang Kai calmly replied, "Maybe I subdued it with my awesome charisma." Yuhi pouted her lips. Shameless. Along the way, they caught up with the scattered troops of Emperor Heaven. Under Ding Yi's astonished and horrified gaze, Yang Kai and his group slithered towards the distance right before their eyes. It wasn't until Yang Kai and his team had disappeared from his sight that Ding Yi finally ordered his men with a solemn look on his face. "Pass on my order. If you ever meet that guy in the future, stay clear from him. Never have any conflict with him." The previous battle had really scared him. Several dozen people had died at Yang Kai's hands while they couldn't even touch the corner of Yang Kai's shirt. And now, when they saw him having subdued such a powerful exotic beast, how could they still muster courage to fight him? The dead were dead, nothing could be done for them, and numbers could always be filled. But if morale was destroyed, it would undermine Ding Yi's leadership. The Earth Dragon wasn't slow, and Yang Kai and his team ran into some cultivators along the way every now and then. But after sensing the Earth Dragon's fearsome aura, everyone distanced themselves right away. After traveling for 3 days and 3 nights, Yang Kai's closed eyes finally opened as he declared, "We are here." Yuhi looked at him. "How do you know?" Yang Kai tapped his foot. "He told me. Judging by the divine sense transmitted by the Earth Dragon." It was obvious that it had become excited and eager. Obviously, it was approaching a special place. Yang Kai couldn't help but be a little curious as he wondered what could make this big guy so enthusiastic. After traveling another few hundred kilometers, Yang Kai suddenly raised his brow as he stared straight ahead. He faintly felt an unusual aura radiating from that direction. Dragon aura. Although it was very weak and almost imperceptible, the dragon aura was extremely pure. This kind of aura was imperceptible to outsiders. Only those with a dragon source could sense it a little. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. There is actually a member of the dragon clan in this grand ancient ruins boundary? Did the Earth Dragon bring me here to look for this dragon? Just why did it come to find this dragon? After another 100 kilometers, the dragon aura became more and more obvious. The next moment, a majestic mountain range entered Yang Kai's eyes. It was continuous and undulating, looking like a great dragon crawling on the ground, its head and tail quite vivid and distinct. Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow at the sight of this mountain range. Suddenly, a streak of light shot into the air ahead as a man hovered in the mid-air, blocking the road ahead. When everyone arrived, he raised his hand and shouted, "Little brother, please wait a moment." The Earth Dragon immediately came to a halt as Yang Kai ordered it via divine sense. Upon looking closer, Yang Kai found that the person blocking the way ahead appeared to be a young man. He was wearing a golden blue robe and carried himself with grace. On top of it all, he was extremely handsome as well. Yang Kai couldn't get a clear picture of his cultivation for the time being, but he could tell this man should be an open heaven realm master. Meng Hong's face slightly changed as he stepped forward and whispered in Yang Kai's ears, "He is Thunderlight's Bijian." "Who?" Yang Kai glanced at him. Meng Hong explained, "Even though the Star City was under no one's jurisdiction, there were 3 great forces who lorded over it. Thunderlight is one of them. Bijian is a manager of Thunderlight, and rumor has it that he is a 4th Order master." Meng Hong had been residing in the Star City for some time, so he knew a fair bit more about it than Yang Kai. As such, he immediately recognized the young man blocking the road at a glance. Yang Kai turned and glanced at Yuhi, who gently nodded. This gave him the confirmation that Meng Hong's information was accurate. Apart from Bijian, who was blocking the road, there were over 100 masters nearby who were staring in their direction with all kinds of looks on their faces. When their gazes fell on the Earth Dragon, many people looked quite curious. Obviously, all these people were from Thunderlight. However, who knew what they had encountered, as quite a few of them were injured. They seemed to have just fought a hard battle. "What is it?" Yang Kai gently nodded. The young man cordially smiled. "This king is Bijian of Thunderlight. I wonder how I should address little brother. Yang Kai remained silent for a moment before introducing himself. BGN continued, smiling, so it is little brother Yang. Little brother Yang, are you going to enter Crouching Dragon Mountains? He was a fourth-order open heaven realm master, so had it not been for the grand ancient ruins boundary strange suppression, he would never have even spared Yang Kai a glance. Now he was addressing him as little brother Yang to be cordial with him though. Crouching Dragon Mountains? Yang Kai glanced at the distant mountains. BGN explained, since these mountains look like a great dragon crawling on the ground, we called it the Crouching Dragon Mountains. Good, I'm planning to enter this place. Yang Kai nodded, what can I do for your excellency? BGN replied, I won't hide it from little brother Yang. We just returned from Crouching Dragon Mountains. While speaking, he sighed and looked deeply ashamed. Yang Kai curiously asked, oh? How dangerous is it? There is a scarlet flame flood dragon on the verge of becoming an actual dragon inside. It's extremely ferocious. BGN's face turned solemn as he pointed to his side and added, although we had over 100 men, our formation was destroyed by that scarlet flood dragon and we suffered serious casualties. So we had to make a temporary retreat. A scarlet flame flood dragon? Yang Kai raised his brow before looking in the Crouching Dragon Mountains direction. The dragon aura I sensed before couldn't possibly be the scarlet flame flood dragons. Could it? That's not possible. The dragon aura I'm sensing is very pure. It's impossible for a flood dragon to project such an aura. But if there really is a member of the dragon clan there, how could it allow a scarlet flood dragon to settle in its domain? That's not right. It doesn't make any sense. While he was contemplating, BGN continued, little brother Yang, I can see that the earth dragon below you is quite extraordinary. If we team up, we might be able to defeat that scarlet flame flood dragon. As for the loot we will get, we can negotiate on its distribution. How are we going to divide it? How about based on the number of people? BGN suggested with a smile. Yang Kai was amused after hearing this. You want to divide the loot according to the number of people? BGN earnestly added, little brother Yang, there's not just the scarlet flame flood dragon in the Crouching Dragon Mountains. There are many other precious treasures. As long as we can take down the scarlet flood dragon, the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain range will be ours for the taking. Why bother about petty profits? Yang Kai denied, shaking his head, no need, I'm not interested in your proposal. Goodbye. BGN's face turned slightly cold. An elderly man flew over from the crowd and coldly shouted, the Crouching Dragon Mountains belong to our Thunder Light. Any who dare to trespass it without our Thunder Light's permission will be considered our enemy and killed without mercy. Are you sure? Yang Kai turned his gaze at the elderly man as his narrowed eyes flickered with a cold gleam. A disciple of Great Moon Province also shouted, why? Everything in the grand ancient ruins boundary belongs to no one. Why do you say we can't enter without your permission? Just as the elderly man was about to speak, BGN stopped him with a raise of his hand and stated with a smile, you can go. Nobody is going to stop you. The Crouching Dragon Mountains indeed belong to no one. And naturally you can enter if you want. Our Thunder Light will not stop you. Yang Kai meaningfully glanced at him before chuckling and tapping his foot. The next moment, the Earth Dragon stretched its body before slithering towards the Crouching Dragon's mountains. BGN kept an eye on their disappearing backs. The moment he confirmed that Yang Kai and the others had entered the Crouching Dragon Mountains, he raised his hand and issued an order, follow them! The surroundings zoomed past everyone as Yang Kai and his team, atop the Earth Dragon, advanced into the Crouching Dragon Mountains. Yuhi glanced back before elbowing Yang Kai, those guys are following us. Yang Kai let out a snort, but there was no change in his expression. He just stared deep into the depths of the Crouching Dragon Mountain. After having arrived here, he became certain that the dragon aura didn't belong to a mere scarlet flame flood dragon. The aura was too pure to be coming from a flood dragon-type exotic beast. And this dragon aura was distributed over a wide range, even extending beyond the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain range. More importantly, it was hidden very deeply, so apart from other dragonkin, no one could detect it. The Earth Dragon became even more excited as it moved forward. Impressively, its emotions gave the impression of a wanderer returning home. As the Earth Dragon got closer, a sinister and fearsome aura surged from the depths of the Crouching Dragon Mountain. Somehow, it felt as if a pair of invisible eyes filled with malice and rejection were staring in this direction. It was none other than the scarlet flood dragon residing deep in the crouching dragon mountains. The earth dragon wasn't afraid though, and its 300 meters long body twisted as its speed became faster. Its mouth began to squirm, spewing puddles of corrosive mucus, leaving huge potholes in its wake. The next moment, a roar that resembled a dragon's roar yet wasn't one echoed from up ahead. It was filled with warning and even the air became scorching hot. The earth dragon momentarily paused as if it was afraid, but under Yang Kai's prodding, it soon continued forward. This move completely angered the scarlet flood dragon, and the next moment, a cloud of fire emerged from the crouching dragon mountains together with deafening rumbles as a colossal figure approached. From the distance, the exact appearance of the scarlet flood dragon couldn't be seen, but its fearsome aura could be felt. The great Moon Province disciples turned pale in fright, stricken with panic. Even Yuhi got a little nervous. She couldn't display her full strength in this place. If she encountered any danger, she could only protect herself and couldn't spare any energy to take care of others. She turned to look at Yang Kai, but seeing him so calm and even a bit distracted, thinking about something else, she couldn't help but get angry. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked in a certain direction as if he noticed something. The next moment, his expression changed as he cried out in surprise, "Dragon blood flowers?" While speaking, his figure flickered. After just a moment, his figure reappeared again, but there was a red flower in his hand. The red flower was big, delicate, and fragrant. It gave the impression that it was watered with blood. Although it was just a flower, it gave everyone a sacrosanct feeling. Peak rank. Yang Kai was greatly surprised. A dragon blood flower? Yuhi also came over and muttered in surprise, "There are actually dragon blood flowers here?" As a fifth-order open heaven realm master, she naturally recognized the dragon blood flower. Her cultivation might be higher than Yang Kai's, but when it came to knowledge of dragon blood flowers, it naturally wasn't as thorough as Yang Kai's. Yang Kai remained silent. He had once pillaged all the dragon blood flower on Dragon Island in the Star Boundary, but most of the dragon blood flowers he had obtained back then were either mid-rank or low-rank. Even high-rank dragon blood flowers weren't numerous. As for peak-rank dragon blood flowers, there were only 2, that's all. But in this crouching dragon mountain range, the very first dragon blood flower he came across happened to be peak rank. "Brother Yang, there's more over there." Meng Hong suddenly pointed in a certain direction. As Yang Kai gazed along his finger, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. There was indeed a dragon blood flower blooming on the slope in that direction. But that dragon blood flower was even more delicate and beautiful than the one in his hand. Furthermore, there was a 3-colored halo over it. What's the grade of this dragon blood flower? Yang Kai was confused. He had never seen such a dragon blood flower on Dragon Island. Wow! So many dragon blood flowers! Chun Yu screamed in surprise. At this moment, they were already deep within the crouching dragon mountains. So wherever they looked, they found dragon blood flowers growing. As the earth dragon moved forward, it opened its mouth and swallowed dragon blood flowers into its belly, one by one. After a while, when it had eaten 3 or 4 flowers, it shook its head and waved its tail as if it was very satisfied. Right then, a scorching heat wave blew in everyone's face as an enormous figure rushed out of the forest. The figure had 2 horns, was covered in red scales, and radiated a fearsome aura. It was none other than the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon that sent over 100 members of Thunderlight packing. The Scarlet Flood Dragon was furious. It opened its mouth and breathed a jet of scorching hot flames straight at the Earth Dragon. Xinyu screamed in horror, feeling the terrifying aura. Yuhi glanced at Yang Kai, who wrapped everyone in his energy and flew off the Earth Dragon, hovering in the air. When everyone looked below, the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon were already locked in a battle. These 2 colossal exotic beasts were rampaging through the forest with amazing momentum. Scorching flames and highly corrosive acid were continuously breathed and spewed. From time to time, they would bite a chunk of each other's flesh. It was an earth-shattering battle. In terms of size and momentum, these 2 exotic beasts were on par with each other, but judging through Yuhi's eyes, the Earth Dragon should not be the Scarlet Flood Dragon's opponent. If things went on like this, the Earth Dragon would definitely lose. In the air, Yang Kai gazed around with a profound look on his face. When he picked the first dragon blood flower, he had a bad premonition, and now his premonition had come true. There were who knows how many dragon blood flowers growing in the crouching dragon mountains. Furthermore, there weren't any low-rank, mid-rank, or even high-rank dragon blood flowers at all. Most were peak-rank dragon blood flower, while the grade of the remaining ones Yang Kai couldn't make out at all. Apart from the dragon blood flowers, there were dragon ambergris grasses, dragon blood trees. The entire crouching dragon mountain was an enormous treasure trove, but the treasures here were all related to the dragon clan, which was extremely rare. The dragon blood flowers needed to be nurtured with the dragon blood for them to be able to grow. The same was true for the dragon blood trees. In other words, a member of the dragon clan might have fallen in this crouching dragon mountain, spilling its blood over it. Otherwise, so many dragon blood flowers shouldn't have grown here. Whether it was the scarlet flame flood dragon or the earth dragon, both of them possessed a faint dragon clan bloodline. Naturally, they were zealous about this place. Obviously, the earth dragon should have benefited from this place before and had never forgotten about it, but the scarlet flood dragon was guarding this place, so it led Yang Kai here. Although its sentience was low, the earth dragon had made an instinctive choice. So many spirit flowers and grasses. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised cry rang as the Thunder Light members rushed over. Their manager, Bijian's eyes couldn't help but beam with joy at the bountiful sight within the crouching dragon mountains. The Thunder Light group also looked excited. Many of them even shot a sarcastic look at Yang Kai. Just now, Bijian had invited Yang Kai to team up with him to hunt the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon. But he was rejected. Now, the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon was preoccupied with the Earth Dragon, so they didn't have to worry about anything at all. Spread out. Don't miss a single thing. Pick them all. Bijian waved his hand as the 100 or so Thunder Light members scattered. Looking at Yang Kai with a smile, Bijian stated, "Many thanks, little brother. If you didn't bring this exotic beast here, things would have been really difficult for us." Arrogance and ridicule was perfectly visible in his smile. Yang Kai glanced at him as he put away the dragon blood flower in his hand into his sealed world bead. Next, he flicked his sleeve and indifferently stated, "It's a little early to thank me." Bijian furrowed his brow. Although he could make out some hidden meaning in Yang Kai's words, he didn't care about it. After all, there were over 100 Thunder Light members with him. Why would he be afraid of Yang Kai and his small group? The Great Moon Province disciples were a little vexed. After all, it was really frustrating to have been taken advantage of by others in such a blatant manner. They wanted to pick some dragon blood flowers, but seeing Yang Kai and Yuhi not making any moves, they didn't dare to take action. The Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flood Dragon were still locked in a heated battle. These two should have fought with each other before, as they were quite familiar with each other's fighting style. This battle was simply phenomenal. Every time they attacked each other, it created an earth-shaking momentum. Yang Kai didn't intervene, so Yuhi and the others could only watch the battle from the sideline. Even Bijian was watching with great interest. At the same time, he was a little curious about how Yang Kai subdued the Earth Dragon. In the grand ancient ruins boundary, subduing such an exotic beast would be quite advantageous. Although its appearance was ugly, it could at least guarantee some extra safety. Time ticked by, and after an hour, the members of Thunder Light returned one after another. They were all beaming with joy. Obviously, their harvest was excellent. Bijian, after chatting with the elderly man from before, even started laughing very happily. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, everyone had returned. Bijian glanced at the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon who were still fighting, then bid goodbye to Yang Kai with a smile. "Little brother, this king will be taking his leave. Until next time." This time they had hit it big thanks to Yang Kai, so in his opinion, Yang Kai was not only stupid but his lucky charm as well. "What's the hurry?" Yang Kai finally turned to look at him. Bijian asked with a smile, "Little brother, do you need anything? You can go, but leave the treasures behind." Yang Kai waved his hand. Just as he said this, Bijian's expression became extremely strange. Even he speechlessly looked at Yang Kai, wondering what he was doing. The Thunderlight cultivators all looked at him like he was a lunatic. Bijian held his smile back and pretended to ask, "Little brother, what did you just say?" This king didn't hear it clearly. Yang Kai repeated, I said you guys can go, but you must leave everything you collected behind. Everything on these mountains belongs to me. After a long silence, an eruption of laughter echoed across the mountains. Many of the Thunder Light cultivators broke into laughter, holding their stomachs, like they had heard the world's funniest joke. BGN had the biggest smile on his face as he quipped, little brother, you really know how to joke. You think I'm joking with you? Yang Kai indifferently looked at him. BGN's face slowly turned colder. I don't care if you are joking or not, but some things are better not said or they might bring trouble to you. After a pause, he sarcastically smiled. Besides, why would my Thunder Light members leave their things behind? Just because you said so? Of course not. Yang Kai raised his hand and snapped his fingers. The next moment, the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon, who had been locked in a fierce battle, suddenly separated as if they had received an absolute command. Then, they rushed straight towards the Thunder Light group and sandwiched them. The enormous mouth of the Earth Dragon was squirming continuously, dripping corrosive acid. Its head was hung below as if it was picking whom to devour. As for the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon, it stood arrogantly, breathing scorching flames through its snout. Instantly, everyone fell silent. Because of these two, Yang Kai's voice echoed, Are they enough? The Thunder Light members broke out into cold sweat. They took a defensive stance as if they were facing their nemesis. Bijian turned livid as disbelief filled his being and his face madly twitched. Even you, he could not help but cover her luscious red lips. Meng Hong was mouth agape as well, staring blankly at the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon that was several hundred meters long. Although he had witnessed the Earth Dragon surrendering to Yang Kai with his own eyes, how could he have ever expected the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon to be obedient as well? Just a moment ago, it was fighting a life and death battle with the Earth Dragon, but the next moment, it was doing Yang Kai's bidding. Not to mention, Yang Kai hadn't done anything since he arrived here. Could it be that the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon is a prior acquaintance of Yang Kai's? But this is the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. That makes no sense. Meng Hong was confused and unable to find any explanation. Bijian looked at Earth Dragon, and then looked at the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon, grinding his teeth hard. Previously, just the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon had utterly routed their 100-member team, and now, with the Earth Dragon, which was no less inferior to the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon, joining the mix, they would be lucky if half of their Thunder Light group could escape alive. How did it turn out like this? How can this brat make two exotic beasts obey him? Although things had taken a turn for the worse, he was still a fourth-order open heaven master and had his own sense of dignity. It was impossible for him to bow just like that, so he instead praised with a sullen face, Little brother, your beast-taming methods are superb. It's truly admirable. He thought that Yang Kai was proficient in some kind of beast-taming technique. Otherwise, he was unable to explain the situation before him. Bijian couldn't help but grow jealous and envious. The Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was full of ancient exotic beasts, and since Yang Kai could ride the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon, controlling other exotic beasts should be a snap for him. With such unique skills, this boy wouldn't have to fear anyone in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary at all. All he needed to do was call forth an army of exotic beasts and command them to trample his enemies while he sat back and reaped the rewards. This time, I admit it is my Thunder Light's loss. Bijian cupped his fists. Little brother, how about we leave half? Yang Kai loudly shouted. Enough with the nonsense. Everything on this mountain is mine. Don't even think about taking even a blade of grass from here. Yang Kai might have compromised had it been other types of precious treasures, but everything on this mountain was related to the Dragon Clan, so how could he let it go? Especially these dragon blood flowers which were very useful to him. Bijian's face sank. Little brother, if you show proper respect, it will be helpful for you in the future. Why does something like this? Yang Kai gazed at him from the corner of his eyes. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll keep your space rings too. The Thunder Light members were immediately incensed and many people's faces turned dark. Bijian was also fuming with anger and could not wait to rush out and fight Yang Kai to death to maintain his face. But as soon as his gaze fell upon the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon, forming an impenetrable wall around them, all he could do was choke down his anger. Clashing under these conditions would be disadvantageous for Thunder Light. As their gazes met, Bijian found impatience filling Yang Kai's eyes. So after a brief hesitation, Bijian finally heaved a sigh. Leave everything. Let's go. Yang Kai warned in a calm and composed manner. Don't think about hiding anything. When you were collecting things, I made note of every item that you gathered. The consequences of concealing things from me are not something you can withstand. Bijian was so incensed he broke out into laughter. Little brother, the rivers of the mountain eventually meet. We will see each other again. Thunderlight was a great force in the Star City, and they had far more than the 100 members who were currently here. So, although they had suffered a loss this time, as long as he could gather the full strength of Thunderlight, they wouldn't need to fear Yang Kai. Yang Kai kept nodding. I too hope that we can meet again. A shadow of a smile appeared on Bijian's face. We will. Definitely. After deeply staring at Yang Kai, he turned and left. The Thunder Light members put down the precious treasures they had collected in the Crouching Dragon Mountain range as well and hurriedly followed. In just a few dozen breaths, the 100 Thunder Light cultivators had completely departed. Yang Kai finally stepped forward and put the dragon blood flowers and other precious treasures away. During the entire process, the Earth Dragon's wriggling mouth was constantly dripping as if it was greedy for them. Chun Yu and Yuhi's skin crawled at the sight of this. They were afraid that this brainless beast couldn't take it and would devour Yang Kai. On the other hand, the scarlet flame flood dragon's eyes flickered with an almost human-like distress. Judging by this, the scarlet flame flood dragon's sentience was far more developed than the earth dragon's. Don't feel bad. I'll give you something better later. Yang Kai raised his hand and patted the scarlet flame flood dragon's head, whereupon the scarlet flame flood dragon's head slumped in dejection. What just happened? Yuhi stepped forward and asked, frowning. What do you mean? Yang Kai didn't even look up. Don't play dumb. Yuhi glared at him. What's going on with the scarlet flame flood dragon? Yang Kai gave an arbitrary reply. I must have conquered it with my awesome charisma again. Yuhi ground her teeth in anger. Do you know that sometimes I just want to punch your face? Yang Kai ignored her and exhorted, I will be venturing deep into the mountains. You all stay here. Don't run around. I might be gone for a few days, so while I'm not here, Xiao Hong and Xiao Hei will protect you. Xiao Hong? Xiao Hei. Yuhi was stunned for a moment before she understood. Yang Kai was referring to the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Dragon, which left her speechless. Much to her surprise, these two majestic exotic beasts had been given such simple and childish names. Yang Kai was decisive, however, and started rushing towards the depths of the mountains immediately, disappearing in the blink of an eye, leaving Yuhi glaring in his direction. Chun Yu straightened her clothes and approached. Big sister Yuhi, with senior brother Yang gone, they wouldn't become aggressive and eat us, would they? While speaking, she glanced at the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon in worry. Yuhi rebuked angrily. You are so soft and tender, so if they are going to eat us, you will definitely be first. Chun Yu's face turned pale. In the depths of the Crouching Dragon Mountains, Yang Kai had a serious look on his face. When the Earth Dragon and Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon were fighting, he was communicating with the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon via divine sense. The Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon was highly sentient, a step or two above the Earth Dragon. It might not have reached the point of having normal conversation, but it could communicate little details like a young child. And through these little conversations and slight release of his dragon pressure, the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon recognized its situation and surrendered just like the Earth Dragon. According to the information from the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon, the Crouching Dragon Mountains was originally Xiao Hei's home. It had arrived afterward, but as it was stronger than Xiao Hei, it snatched this treasure land. That was the reason Xiao Hei was obsessed with the Crouching Dragon Mountains. It was to the point that Xiao Hei immediately brought Yang Kai here after sensing the pure dragon aura inside him, expecting Yang Kai to stand up against the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon for it. The dragon blood flowers grown in the Crouching Dragon Mountain range were beneficial for both of these beasts' growth. In addition, Yang Kai had also inquired about other things from the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon. On the Crouching Dragon Mountains, the dragon aura was stronger the deeper one went. Whether it was the Earth Dragon or the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon, neither of them had ventured more than a few hundred kilometers deep as they couldn't bear the pureblood dragon aura after that. The overwhelming dragon pressure would immobilize them once they passed a certain region. This information caught Xianxia's attention. Various signs indicated a high possibility of a true dragon's remains lying deep inside the crouching dragon mountains. Furthermore, these remains didn't belong to any ordinary dragon, otherwise it would be impossible for the mountain to be full of dragon blood flowers and trees, and for the dragon blood flowers to reach at least the peak rank. Although Xianxia was human, he possessed the golden divine dragon source, since he was but a novice in cultivation. Over the years, he kept on cultivating the dragon transformation secret art, and now dragon blood flowed through his veins, making him essentially a dragonkin. In truth, Xianxia saw himself as part of the dragon clan. It would have been fine if he wasn't aware of it before, but now that he knew about this priceless treasure, he couldn't let these true dragons' remains keep lying here unprotected. He had to collect them on behalf of the dragon clan. Otherwise, if other people got their hands on these dragon remains, it might cause trouble. Xianxia kept venturing deeper into the mountain range, carefully sensing the intensity of the dragon aura. At some point, Xianxia abruptly came to a halt and stared at his feet. He could feel that the dragon aura was the strongest here, so it was likely the true dragon's remains were right below him. Xianxia heaved a deep breath before squatting down and then jumping into the air. The next moment, he flipped and fell straight towards the ground with his head down and feet up. Mid-air, he reached out and clasped, summoning the azure dragon's spear into his hand. Immediately afterward, his figure started rotating like a top. Without any noise or commotion, a hole appeared on the ground out of nowhere, while Xianxia was found nowhere to be seen. He was now drilling several dozen meters each breath. The further he drilled, the stronger the dragon aura grew. After 300 meters or so, the dragon aura's intensity rose to another level. The Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon and the Earth Dragon would really not be able to bear this kind of bloodline suppression with their current bloodline purity. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had drilled another 1,000 meters, whereupon the dragon aura jumped to another level. The Azure Dragon Spear became excited as a faint dragon aura resounded from it. The Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon up above shivered as they slumped on the ground the next moment. Xianxia kept drilling into the ground without joy or sadness. After some time, he couldn't feel any resistance from his spear and suddenly felt that he had fallen into an empty space. He immediately put away his spear and flipped right side up. It was pitch black all around him, so he couldn't see anything, but he did scan the area with his divine sense, and the next moment a look of surprise filled his face. Xianxia discovered that he was actually inside an enormous body, but one that lacked all vitality. Furthermore, there was a huge tear from the direction he came from. Apparently before this dragon's death, this enormous figure had fought against a very powerful enemy. It really is the remains of a true dragon. Xianxia's face turned solemn as he slowly closed his eyes and released his divine sense to check the condition of the dragon's remains. This investigation gave him quite a bit of shock. Only after an incense stick worth of time did he finally open his eyes, astonishment filling his face. This true dragon was over 10,000 meters long, essentially spanning the entire length of the Crouching Dragon Mountains core region. It could even be said that the Crouching Dragon Mountains geography was the result of this corpse. A 10,000-meter-long great dragon. Xianxia was dumbfounded. When he took his own half-dragon form, he stood some 2,000 meters tall or so, which could already be considered quite impressive, but compared to this great dragon, it was like the difference between a grandfather and his grandkid. It was 10 times bigger than him. Who knew how long ago this great dragon had died? Who knows what kind of fierce battle it fought before its death? From what Xianxia could tell, its entire body was covered in wounds, many of which were extremely terrifying and pierced straight through it. If not for this fact, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to enter its belly with such ease. A 10,000 meters long great dragon was buried under the Crouching Dragon Mountains, and over the years, its blood had completely drained. However, even after so many years, the great dragon's corpse showed no signs of decay. It was quite evident that its physique was extremely resilient. It only looked dry and desiccated because of a lack of blood. Furthermore, Xianxia also found that the great dragon was missing many of its organs. From the horrifying wounds all over its body, it wasn't difficult to imagine what a terrifying battle it must have fought before its death. The carcass of such a great dragon was full of treasure even after countless years. The dragon scales, dragon bones, and dragon tendons could all be used for artifact refining, making its value immeasurable. What Yang Kai couldn't figure out was who or what had killed this great dragon. Judging by its size, it must have been tremendously powerful, yet it still perished in battle. What's more, from the shape of its wounds, its opponent should not have been small either. The dragon clan was the head of myriad spirits, so who could threaten it? Even someone as strong as Miameng was imprisoned by the dragon clan. Suddenly, Yang Kai thought of an entity, one that was called the nemesis of the dragon clan, treating dragons as prey. It was absolutely impossible for a member of the dragon clan as strong as this to be a native of the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. It was very likely that it was sucked into the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, just as he was, and after arriving here it succumbed to its injuries. Yang Kai was just making speculations though and had no way to find out the truth. Suddenly Yang Kai's attention was drawn to something. He noticed unusual energy fluctuations coming from somewhere inside the dragon's body, so he started moving along it in the direction of the energy fluctuations. After an incense stick of time, Yang Kai finally reached the location of the source, a sphere the size of a basin. The sphere was perfectly round and gave off a light brown glow. The dragon blood in Yang Kai's body boiled as he stood before the ball in a daze for a while before his eyes lit up. A dragon bead. Every true dragon had a dragon bead, an essential part of their foundation. Just like a monster beast's monster core, the dragon bead was where dragons stored their spiritual essence. The dragon carcass was buried here for countless years, and although Xiao He and Xiao Hong could tell that there was something strange below ground, they couldn't reach it because of the bloodline suppression, so the dragon bead had remained untouched to this day. What surprised Yang Kai was that this dragon bead was actually an earth attribute treasure, and what he desperately needed now was an earth attribute material. Of the yin, yang, and 5 elements, Yang Kai had already condensed his wood and fire elements. Wood stoked fire, and fire gave birth to earth. So, the next element he had to condense was earth. Previously, Yang Kai had been thinking about where he could find a suitable earth element. He had inquired about it many times, but unfortunately he had been unable to find anything. He had never expected for his quest to end here. But whether this dragon bead met his requirements or not was yet to be tested. It should be okay. Yang Kai thought in his heart. After all, this great dragon was 10,000 meters long before its death, so the quality of its dragon bead couldn't be poor. Yang Kai reached out towards the dragon bead. The moment he came in contact with it, a fearsome dragon pressure radiated from it. The next moment, a vivid illusion of a fierce-looking great dragon charging straight at him like it was going to swallow him in one bite appeared. Yang Kai shivered and promptly stimulated his golden divine dragon source strength. With a great dragon roar, the illusion collapsed. Immediately after, a gentle and heavy power of earth came from the dragon bead. Yang Kai couldn't help but smile, feeling the purity and richness of this earth element. Yang Kai's guess was right. The power of earth in the dragon bead indeed met his criteria. Although he didn't know how to determine its order, he could tell that it wasn't any inferior to the golden crow's true fire. This is really wearing out iron shoes while seeking one's feet. Yang Kai had the urge to throw back his head and laugh towards the heavens. This discovery alone made his trip to the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary worthwhile. Rubbing his hands, Yang Kai respectfully bowed to the huge dragon bead as he spoke. "Senior, you have been dead for many years, so it would be a waste for your dragon bead to remain here. Today, this junior will take the liberty to borrow Senior's dragon bead. If my cultivation someday succeeds, I will not bring disgrace to the Senior's prestige." After saying so, Yang Kai rubbed his hands and circled around the dragon bead a few times. After he found a more comfortable position, he sat down cross-legged and placed his hands on the dragon bead. He closed his eyes and prompted his Dao seal to absorb the power of earth in the dragon bead. In an instant, the dragon bead started glowing brighter as the rich power of earth that had been collecting dust for many millennia flowed along Yang Kai's palms and madly poured into him like he was a whale swallowing water. There were only 2 colors, black and green, in Yang Kai's Dao seal, but as he absorbed the power of earth, a khaki-colored wisp was gradually being added to it, giving onlookers a thick and robust feeling. The earth element's speciality was defense. Not to mention that it was the dragon bead energy of a 10,000 meters long great dragon. Slowly, Yang Kai forgot himself and the outside world, completely devoting himself to refining this earth element. Days passed by one. Outside, Yu He and the others found a spot and set up camp. As they were guarded by Xiao He and Xiao Hong, no one dared to trouble them. Occasionally, some cultivators would pass by, but seeing the two vicious exotic beasts, they would immediately keep their distance. But Xiao He and Xiao Hong were like natural enemies. They were very unreasonable. They often got entangled with each other for some inexplicable reason and started fighting. Fortunately, they had a sense of propriety and never fought to the death. But these kinds of battles would inevitably result in injuries. In the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. Everyone had passed this time at ease and leisure, but the fact that Yang Kai wasn't back yet made Yu He a little worried. Before Yang Kai had left, he too had said that he would return in 3 to 5 days, but now half a month had passed and he was nowhere to be found. Yu He was becoming worried and restless. Just as she was about to venture deeper to investigate, she suddenly felt the world energy flow change. Upon silently sensing it, the source was the depths of the Crouching Dragon Mountains, which was the direction Yang Kai left in. It made Yu He slightly frown, wondering, what is he doing there? What is taking him so long? Now, he has even caused the flow of world energy to change. But because of this, she could say for sure that Yang Kai was safe and sound. Over the next few days, the change in world energy became more and more obvious. It had turned into a world energy tide, as if there was a behemoth breathing in the aura of the entire Crouching Dragon Mountain range. And every time it breathed, it also caused a world energy turbulence within 1,000 kilometers. Suddenly, Yu He looked shocked. Xiao He and Xiao Hong also stopped fighting as they looked towards the depths of the Crouching Dragon Mountain. Obviously, they too had sensed something. Suddenly, a dragon roar reverberated through the world, reaching the highest heavens. Yu He and others turned their heads and looked in that direction in unison, while Xiao He and Xiao Hong's reaction was even more exaggerated as they directly prostrated on the ground, trembling. Chun Yu leaned over and nervously asked, "Senior, what was that?" Yu He solemnly replied, "A dragon roar." Meng Hong asked in shock, "There's a true dragon there?" Yu He furrowed his brow before her figure moved. "You guys stay here. I'll go take a look." Saying so, her figure disappeared into thin air. In the depths of the Crouching Dragon Mountains, Yang Kai was still sitting with his legs crossed, maintaining his previous posture. But at this moment, his clothes were dancing in the air even when there was no wind blowing here. Even his black hair was dancing. His body was surrounded by a tricolored glow, the essence of the vibrant immortal tree, the unstoppable golden crow's true fire, the thick and heavy energy of the dragon bead. The three energies were circling around Yang Kai like 3 rings of light, rotating endlessly. The huge dragon bead in front him was now dull and bleak. The power of earth that had been stored in it for countless years had been absorbed down to the last strand by Yang Kai. Yang Kai finally opened his eyes, which were full of brilliance at the moment. With a cracking sound, the huge dragon bead shattered into dust and dissipated. Yang Kai slowly stood up and gently clenched his fists. He could clearly feel that his body was filled with explosive power. He scanned his body and found the power of wood, fire, and earth in his Tao seal were coexisting perfectly, mutually promoting and restraining each other. His body shook as the 3 colored rings around his body dissipated as everything returned to normal. Yang Kai slightly furrowed his brow. The process of gathering the power of earth this time could be said to be extremely smooth. It was much easier than when he was condensing the Golden Crow's true fire. It might be because he was familiar with the process now, or it may be related to the dragon bead itself. Yang Kai could be considered as a member of the dragon clan, so he had a unique advantage in gathering the energy of the dragon bead. Furthermore, Yang Kai vaguely felt that not only had he successfully absorbed the power of earth in the dragon bead, but he also seemed to have gained something else. Yang Kai stretched his hand out and pointed towards the front. The next moment, a prismatic yellowish-brown shield appeared out of thin air. Even though it looked as thin as a cicada's wing, Yang Kai could feel that it was extremely strong and robust. This was the innate dragon technique found in the dragon bead. Yang Kai raised his brow at this sight, Although he had entered the Dragon Palace on Dragon Island of the Star Boundary, and practiced many secret techniques of the Dragon Clan with the help of his golden divine dragon source, at the end of the day, what he was doing was just imitation, and it took him a lot of time and effort to use these techniques. But now he could cast this dragon technique at will, just like it was his own innate divine ability. Not only was it fast, but its consumption was almost negligible. Yang Kai sunk into his thoughts. I guess this innate dragon technique was mastered by this 10,000 meters long great dragon, and now I have inherited it. What's more, it should not be just this one technique. There should be some more, but I have just gathered this earth element, so I can only slowly comprehend these techniques. Yang Kai couldn't help but think, I now possess the innate dragon techniques of a 10,000 meters great dragon after absorbing its dragon bead. So what about the Golden Crow's true fire? Are there any secret techniques in the Golden Crow's true fire? And then there is also the immortal tree's essence. I might learn something from it too, right? I will need time to test these theories. I shouldn't hurry. After settling his mood, Yang Kai looked around. After having gathered the earth element, the next thing to do was to collect this great dragon's carcass. The dragon's corpse was 10,000 meters long and buried deep under the crouching dragon mountain. For ordinary people, just coming here would have been extremely difficult, while no space ring was big enough to fit it unless the dragon carcass was dismembered and taken into separate rings. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the sealed world bead. Suddenly, deafening rumbles started coming from deep below the crouching dragon mountains before they began collapsing. It looked as if the world was coming to an end. The disciples of Great Moon Province promptly flew into the air, watching in amazement. Right before their eyes, the ground below them sank as the entire mountain range collapsed. They had no idea what just happened. The dust took a long while to settle, but before it could, a figure flew out from the underground. The figure's face was pale and was panting for breath. It was none other than Yang Kai, who had disappeared 20 days ago. Yu-He, who had been searching for Yang Kai, rushed over immediately and supported him as she asked, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai glanced at her before shaking his head. "I'm fine." Taking a 10,000 meters long dragon carcass into the sealed world bead was very exhausting for him. Fortunately, the great dragon had been dead for many years and had lost much of its natural energies. Otherwise, his consumption would have been even greater. He was already on his last leg now, feeling as if his entire strength had been drained. "Where did you go and for what? Why hasn't anyone seen you these days?" Yu-He asked angrily, carrying him back. Yang Kai just grinned and didn't answer, causing Yu-He to snort in anger. Even though she had no idea what Yang Kai had been or doing these days, the moment she glanced at him, she had a vague feeling that he was a lot stronger than before. He shouldn't have been sitting idle these days. He should have run into some kind of opportunity. Having returned to the camp, Yang Kai stuffed some pills into his mouth and slowly recovered. When he opened his eyes again, the scarlet flame flood dragon and the earth dragon were prostrating on the ground, eagerly looking at him. Yu-He was rendered speechless at this sight. "Are these two staring at you for dragon blood flowers?" Yang Kai stated in an annoyed voice. "You two gluttons. Just wait a moment." Saying so, he immediately took out an alchemy furnace. The dragon blood flower must be refined into dragon blood pills in order to maximize their medical efficacy. It would be a waste to just swallow the flowers raw, especially when the dragon blood flowers harvested this time were so extraordinary. Most of them had reached peak rank, with quite a number of them even having surpassed that grade. How could Yang Kai see them simply wasted? Each dragon blood flower was extremely rare and precious. Who knows when he would find another one? "You also know alchemy?" Yu-He skeptically looked at him. Yang Kai replied without even lifting his head, "This king can do many things." Yu-He couldn't help but scoff and ignored him. While speaking, Yang Kai had already taken out a bunch of herbs, all of which were the auxiliary ingredients for the dragon blood pill he had picked from the medicine garden. When he checked what he had obtained from the thunder light, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel elated. Previously, he was anxious to explore the depths of the crouching dragon mountains, so he didn't check his gains carefully. But after inspecting them now, Yang Kai found that he had gained hundreds of peak-rank dragon blood flowers, while those that had surpassed peak rank were even more numerous. Each of these flowers either had a 3, 5, or 7 colored halo. Yang Kai had no idea how to differentiate their grades, but there were at least 1,000 of them. Just from this, he could imagine how strong the great dragon that died beneath the crouching dragon mountains was. Only the blood of a great dragon could cultivate dragon blood flowers of this level. Yang Kai took out 2 peak-rank dragon blood flowers and 2 dragon blood flowers surrounded by 3 colored lights. To maximize the efficacy, he put the herbs into the pill furnace and refined them one by one. When he was on Dragon Island, Yang Kai had refined many dragon blood pills. Although he hadn't refined them for many years, he had not forgotten the process. His every action and every movement was smooth and practiced. Yuhi was amazed. She found out that Yang Kai really knew alchemy. Furthermore, he was quite proficient in it. Gradually, a tempting fragrance spread from the furnace. Xiao He and Xiao Hong started to become more and more eager. Especially Xiao He. Its sticky saliva was dripping from its mouth like a river. For exotic beasts like them who carried dragon clan bloodlines, the dragon blood pill's fragrance could make them go crazy. They might have rushed over and snatched it right away had Yang Kai not been sitting there. After half a day, the first batch of the dragon blood pills was refined. When the pills were condensed, a faint dragon roar resounded from the alchemy furnace, surprising Yuhi. The first batch resulted in a total of 9 pills. Yang Kai casually threw one into his mouth to check its efficacy and found it to be satisfactory. Although he hadn't performed any alchemy in many years, his skills had not degraded. The medicinal efficacy of the dragon blood flower and many auxiliary ingredients had been completely concentrated. Right then, 2 obscure divine senses reached him, expressing desire. The scarlet flame flood dragon and the earth dragon were growing impatient and were restlessly fidgeting. Yang Kai chuckled before throwing a pill to each of them, which immediately made the 2 exotic beasts calm down. For the next 10 days, Yang Kai focused on refining dragon blood pills. He had obtained far too many dragon blood flowers though, so by his estimate, he believed that even if he continued performing alchemy for an entire year nonstop, he still wouldn't be able to refine all of them. While performing alchemy, Yang Kai was constantly taking the dragon blood pills to purify his dragon clan bloodline. Yang Kai could clearly feel his bloodline improving, but as he hadn't utilized the dragon transformation secret art, he couldn't tell the difference for the time being. At the same time, the scarlet flame flood dragon and the earth dragon became more and more submissive. Taking the dragon blood pills was more efficient than directly eating the dragon blood flowers raw, and these 2 exotic beasts were especially keen about this. Even Yuhi and Great Moon Province disciples had gotten a few dragon blood pills, though they didn't dare to swallow them directly. Rather, under Yang Kai's advice, they dissolved them in water and consumed 1 pill over several days. Dragon blood pills could be used to purify a dragon clan bloodline, but it could also strengthen a normal person's physique. However, the dragon blood pill's efficacy was too overbearing, so ordinary people couldn't stand it. So, they could only use it in a diluted form. Yang Kai finally stopped after about 10 days. It wasn't that he was tired from refining, but rather that he had run out of auxiliary ingredients. Even though there were many herbs in his medicine garden, made nearly inexhaustible thanks to the 2 wood spirits managing the garden, the growth of herbs still required time. After more than 10 days of continuous refining, all the mature auxiliary ingredients needed for the dragon blood pill had been picked clean. So naturally, Yang Kai couldn't continue. Regarding his stay in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Yang Kai had been planning to just go with the flow, not desiring anything in particular. But now, not only he had found a lot of dragon blood flowers whose grade had surpassed peak rank, and even obtained a precious earth element, he realized that this Grand Ancient Ruins boundary was a huge treasure trove. If he could find a suitable earth element here, he might also find suitable metal, water, and even yin and yang materials here. If he could gather all the yin, yang, and 5 elements, he could break through to the open heaven realm master after leaving this place. At that time, he might be able to stand tall in the outer universe and have the strength to protect himself. Yang Kai couldn't help but be filled with anticipation for what the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary held for him. But no matter what, the opportunities would not come to him if he remained here. Not to mention, he also needed to search for the auxiliary ingredients for refining dragon blood pills. He had been staying here in this crouching dragon mountain for over a month, so without any hesitation he called everyone over and set out right away. When he arrived here, Xianxia had used the Earth Dragon as a mount, but now it had been replaced by the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon. Compared to the Earth Dragon, the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon was undoubtedly more imposing and far more suitable for riding. At least it wasn't covered in sticky mucus or smell bad. Xiaohei was obviously a little disappointed. The grand ancient ruins boundary was indeed filled with resources. Xianxia had gathered many precious treasures along the way, but it was a drop in the bucket compared to Xianxia's needs. Today, Xianxia and his group were crossing a foggy forest, searching for various herbs. It had been 7 or 8 days since everyone had entered the forest, but because they had no destination, they weren't in a hurry to leave. Suddenly, Yuhi came over and asked, "Did you notice that we have been running into more and more people these days?" Xianxia gently nodded, and when they had first entered the forest, they hadn't run into anyone, but over the last 2 days, they had frequently encountered small groups of cultivators. Some people were startled by the appearance of the Earth Dragon and the Scarlet Flame Flood Dragon and immediately attacked them. Fortunately, Xianxia stopped them in time and avoided some unnecessary troubles. "What do you want to say?" Xianxia looked at Yuhi. Yuhi's pretty eyes gleamed as she replied, "It means that either these people were drawn here by some treasure, or there are a lot of people gathered nearby. So, which one is the most likely possibility?" Xianxia asked. "What do you think?" Xianxia pondered for a moment before answering, "The latter. The people we met didn't show any signs of being in a hurry. On the contrary, they were moving in an orderly manner, like they just came out from somewhere, which indicates that somewhere in this forest, there should be a gathering place for cultivators." Yuhi agreed with a nod. "I think so too." Xianxia grinned, "Then let's go and take a look." Compared to searching for the herbs required for the dragon blood pill themselves, it was easier and faster to trade for them with others. If cultivators were indeed camped somewhere in this forest, it was also a piece of good news for Xianxia. After searching in the direction where the cultivators were coming from, they came across a settlement. Somewhere in the forest, there was a large open space. The travel-worn Xianxia's team were slightly lost when they caught sight of buildings before them. Xianxia failed to hold his laughter as he asked, "This is a part of Star City, right?" The grand ancient ruins rolling fog had swallowed the entire Star City, but the Star City where Xianxia and the others had landed first was just a small ruin. There were only 10,000 or so cultivators there at the time, which meant that when the Star City was sucked into the grand ancient ruins boundary, it was broken apart under some mysterious force and scattered about. Immediately after, a beast tide appeared where Xianxia and the others landed, forcing everyone to flee for their lives and naturally lose their shelter. From one glance, it was clear that this part of the Star City was well preserved. What's more, the cultivators living here had built many new buildings with the original Star City buildings as the core, occupying a large swath of land and forming a small city in this foggy forest. They had even built city walls around it. There was a city gate from the direction the cultivators were coming from, one that was guarded and through which many people were entering and exiting. After scanning with his divine sense, the life auras Xianxia sensed in the city were as many as stars in the sky. There were at least 20,000 people residing here. After suddenly finding a city filled with cultivators in this chaotic grand ancient ruins boundary, everyone beamed with joy, no matter whether it was Xianxia or the Great Moon Province disciples. It was a bit troublesome to enter the city. Xiaohei and Xiaohong were too big and fierce-looking, so naturally they couldn't be brought inside. Xianxia didn't dare to take them into the sealed world bead either. He had tried something similar before and knew that the small sealed world could only accommodate entities below the open heaven realm. If he forcefully tried to accommodate anyone with the strength of the open heaven realm, the small sealed world would risk collapsing. And according to Xianxia's insight, whether it was Xiaohei or Xiaohong, they probably had the strength comparable to open heaven realm masters. But because of the unique environment of the grand ancient ruins boundary, they could not display their full strength. Fortunately, he also had the 6 Fated Paths bag. It might be a little small for them, but he had no choice but to squeeze them in. He squeezed the 2 into the 6 Fated Paths bag whether they liked it or not. Amazing Yuhi. After all, even in the outer universe, not many artifacts could accommodate living creatures and each one was extremely rare and precious. She couldn't even begin to guess where Xianxia got this artifact. After having done this, Yang Kai's team of 6 finally made their way towards the city gate. Unsurprisingly, they stopped at the entrance and needed to pay 100 open heaven pills to enter. 100 open heaven pills was a large amount of wealth for any Emperor Realm cultivator. So Meng Hong's heart ached. If it was before, Yang Kai wouldn't have so many open heaven pills either, but fortunately, he killed Old Su of the Wind and Cloud Auction House, who was a 4th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and took his space ring. Old Su was a powerful figure of a prosperous auction house, so his net worth was quite high. The entrance fee of 600 open heaven pills wouldn't put a dent in Yang Kai's wallet, so he readily paid and entered the city. Everyone couldn't help but be dumbfounded after entering the city. When they first walked inside, they were surprised to find that it still retained the appearance of the former Star City. Streets crowded with people, all kinds of shops everywhere, stalls lining the streets selling all kinds of items. If what they had faced over the past few days wasn't still fresh in their minds, everyone would have thought that they had entered a typical Star City in the outer universe rather than some place in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Along the way, Yang Kai's divine sense remained active, and whenever he found the herbs he required, he would buy them right away. It was a rare opportunity to find such a settlement of cultivators, so naturally Yang Kai splurged and shopped a lot. All the dragon blood flowers had been picked, so he needed to refine them into dragon blood pills as soon as possible in order to ensure that they didn't lose their medicinal efficacy. Yang Kai believed that he would need to stay in the city and refine pills for a long time. After sweeping several streets of herbs, he had gained a huge number of necessary ingredients. Everyone else had kept their ears open all along the way, learning that a great force called Scarlet Star was in control of this small city. Scarlet Star was just like Thunder Light, one of the former 3 great forces that controlled the previous Star City. Scarlet Star's luck was relatively good, as well as they didn't encounter any kind of attack after their section of the Star City was swallowed by the Grand Ancient Ruins rolling fog. Only a few exotic beasts came to attack them sporadically, which were easily defeated. As a result, they gained a lot of fame and thereby took over this place, becoming the ruler of the surrounding region. Today, the one who maintained order in the Star City, the one who made rules here, and the one who was charging the exorbitant fees at the city gate was Scarlet Star. By occupying such a large piece of land in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, Scarlet Star could reap benefits just by sitting back and waiting. In this city, Scarlet Star members were like local tyrants. No one dared to provoke them. After roaming around the city for a long while and buying many herbs, Yang Kai finally led everyone to an inn to rest. At first, they wanted to take 6 rooms, but unfortunately the rooms available were quite few, so in the end, they could only get 3. Yang Kai took a room to himself. After all, he would be refining pills for a long time and couldn't be disturbed. Yu He and Chun Yu took another room, and the remaining room was taken by Meng Hong and Great Moon Province disciples. After everything was decided, everyone went to their rooms and closed their doors. Yang Kai handed over all his open heaven pills to Meng Hong beforehand and told him to visit the Star City if he had the time and buy the required herbs when he found them. As long as the price wasn't too expensive, he had complete discretion. Naturally, Meng Hong readily agreed. After all, this wasn't a difficult task. As for the herbs Yang Kai required, he had been Yang Kai all this time and remembered them well. The days from then on were uneventful. Yang Kai remained in his room, opening all the barriers so he could focus on alchemy. Day after day, batches of dragon blood pills were refined. Yang Kai didn't remain idle while he was practicing alchemy though, and would take dragon blood pills from time to purify his bloodline. Even Xiao He and Xiao Hong, who were kept inside the Fated Paths bag, got to eat a lot. Every 7 or 8 days, Meng Hong would come over and deliver the purchased herbs to Yang Kai's room. It was only at this moment that Yang Kai would temporarily take a rest and chat with Meng Hong to understand the situation outside. From Meng Hong, Yang Kai learned that this Star City was managed quite well by Scarlet Star. After many people came to know that there was such a place in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, where cultivators were gathered and safety was provided, people flocked to join. The most obvious indication of this rise in population was through the rising price of the inn. The price had already risen thrice in less than a month, and now a room was more than double the cost of when they first arrived. Still, the inn was completely full every day. Scarlet Star was also growing bigger and bigger as many people wanted to join but couldn't. Because the Star City was located in the foggy forest, It was surrounded by abundant natural resources, so no matter which direction one searched, they would find something if they were lucky. Rumor had it that someone had obtained 5th order and even 6th order open heaven materials. As for 4th order, they were nearly endless. This was a huge temptation for any Emperor Realm cultivator. Compared to the other harvests such as precious herbs and treasures, open heaven materials of these orders were far more valuable. What the Emperor Realm cultivators needed most now were these open heaven materials. It was true that they couldn't break through to the open heaven realm in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, but as long as one could accumulate enough here, they could reach the open heaven realm the moment they left the Grand Ancient Ruins. Therefore, countless cultivators formed teams and went out to obtain the cultivation resources they needed. Many people had their wishes fulfilled, but some people encountered a crisis and never returned. The martial Tao had always been like this though. Only after endless struggles and overcoming various obstacles, what one finally sees might not necessarily be the fruits of their labor, but death. Today, Meng Hong delivered Yang Kai many herbs. Yang Kai thanked him and stated, "You don't need to bring any more." After non-stop alchemy of 3 months, Yang Kai had finally consumed almost all of the dragon blood flowers. He had refined thousands of dragon blood pills, using a small portion of them before storing the rest in his space ring. Presumably, it would take him years to finish refining all these pills. Meng Hong casually nodded. Yang Kai added, "Have the open heaven pills I gave you run out?" Although he got a windfall after plundering old Su's space ring, the cost of buying so many herbs for such a long time would definitely not be small. At first, Yang Kai was a little worried that his open heaven pills would be insufficient. But when Meng Hong kept delivering the herbs, he didn't ask much. Meng Hong replied, "The open heaven pills you gave me had long been used up. Now, Lady Yu He is paying for these herbs." Yang Kai was stunned when he heard this, as he hadn't expected it to be like this. Meng Hong continued, "Lady Yu He has very deep feelings for Brother Yang. You are very lucky." Meng Hong sighed with a look of envy on his face. Yang Kai's brow twitched as he had no idea what to say. But after giving it a thought, Yu He was a 5th order open heaven realm master, so she was definitely rich. Spending this much shouldn't be a big deal to her. In any case, I will remember this and will pay her back when I find an opportunity in the future. I will not take advantage of her. "Brother Meng, is something wrong?" Yang Kai asked, seeing a rather mournful look on the other's face. "Nothing's wrong." Meng Hong forced a smile before bidding goodbye. "Brother Yang, you carry on with your things. I will stop bothering you." Saying so, he retreated out of the room. Yang Kai, staring in the direction of the door, pondered for a while before burying himself in alchemy. After half a month, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged before the alchemy furnace, quickly forming hand seals. The room was filled with pill fragrance and the furnace was rattling. At a certain moment, Yang Kai slapped the pill furnace as its lid flew up and several red pills with a bloody aura flew out. Yang Kai took out a jade bottle he had prepared beforehand and took these pills into the bottle. Looking at the pills in the bottle, Yang Kai started grinning. After 4 months, he was finally finished. All the dragon blood flowers had been consumed while he was completely exhausted. He hadn't refined pills with so much dedication in many years. Sitting in the room all day was also a very big test of his will and temperament. It's finally over. Yang Kai was in a good mood. After deactivating the many barriers around the room, Yang Kai walked out and felt as if he had been reborn. Yang Kai was in high spirits and wanted to look for Meng Hong and the others to have a drink, but he couldn't find anyone in their rooms. Yu He was nowhere to be found either. Yang Kai couldn't help but be stunned. He had been holed up in his room doing alchemy for 4 months and only learned about the outside situation from Meng Hong. He had no idea about anything else or what Yu He and the others were doing. After taking out a communication artifact and sending some messages, Yang Kai finally learned that they were all in the lobby. When Yang Kai came down, he found 4 people from his group sitting around a table full of empty wine bottles. Yu He called Yang Kai over and offered, patting the seat next to her, "Come here." Yang Kai wasn't polite and sat down straight away. Yu He smiled, resting her cheek on her palms. "You are finally out. If you hadn't come out, I would have almost forgotten you." Her breath reeked of alcohol. Yang Kai glanced at her and then at the others before asking with a frown, "Why are you drinking so much during the daytime? What is making you so happy?" Yuhi looked away with a pout, muttering, "We are drowning sorrows with drinks." Yang Kai looked again and noticed that Meng Hong was sitting with his head hung low. He looked dejected. It wasn't clear what he had experienced, but he seemed to have lost his soul over it. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai asked in a low voice. Yuhi replied, "Love sick." Yang Kai finally seemed to understand. He looked around but was unable to find Chunyu. Meng Hong was interested in Chunyu, an obvious fact, and now, when Yuhi told him that Meng Hong was lovesick, he immediately understood that Meng Hong must be acting like this because of Chunyu. Yang Kai may not have been with Meng Hong for a long time, but he could tell that Meng Hong was a bright and generous guy, but he was a little conservative when it came to matters of men and women. As for Chunyu, Yang Kai couldn't find anything worth noting about her. All he felt was that she was a little eager. Her character wasn't that bad, but he hadn't had in-depth contact with her, so he didn't dare to jump to an early conclusion on what kind of person she was. After all, it was impossible to judge a person's heart from their face. More often than not, the people who seem the most trustworthy turn out to be devious. Knowing that it was because of Chunyu, Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. "Brother Meng, since you are interested in her, just pursue her frankly and openly. Why are you condemning yourself?" "He can't." Yuhi looked as if she wanted to stir up the trouble. She clucked her tongue and continued, "She has been taken away by someone." As soon as Yuhi said so, Meng Hong, who was sitting in a daze, had his expression twist in pain as he grabbed the nearest bottle of wine and started guzzling it down. "Senior brother, stop drinking." A Great Moon Province disciple couldn't take it any longer and reached out to snatch the bottle as he angrily rebuked. "Since that woman is so fickle, she is not worthy of senior brother's time. There are so many better girls out there. Senior brother, you shouldn't be like this." The Great Moon Province disciple wasn't as strong as Meng Hong. Thus, even after trying a few times, he failed to snatch the bottle, allowing Meng Hong to drain it as his eyes turned red. "What happened exactly?" Yang Kai was confused. Yuhi was saying Chinyu was taken away by someone, and this disciple was saying she was a fickle woman. It seemed something had happened while he was refining pills for a few months in seclusion. Yuhi lightly sighed and explained while you were in seclusion they met someone who seemed to have some influence in Scarlet Star. He helped them a lot and they slowly grew closer. They originally thought that he was someone righteous and warm-hearted but never expected him to have ulterior motives. From the start he was interested in that girl. And that girl, she had aspirations. If one could find a backer in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, one wouldn't have to worry about anything in the future. Although she had only said a little, Yang Kai got the gist of it. Furthermore, she judged everything in a very objective manner. If Yuhi was right, then Chinyu was just holding this newcomer's thigh. It was human nature. As Yuhi said, if one could find a backer in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary, they would have it easy and could also have an extra sense of security. Scarlet Star was a powerful great force that had occupied this star city and was using it as a base to take in more disciples. Even if it was still just a small gathering, many people still lined up to flatter them. Yang Kai couldn't help but think back on how Chunyu had once expressed her interest towards him. No one could intervene in the matters between a man and a woman. Although Yang Kai sympathized with Meng Hong a little, he couldn't say much. All he could do was persuade, "Brother Meng, if you can't let her go, it's not too late to rise up and pursue her, but if you can let it go, don't think too much. Go back and take a good rest. We will leave this place tomorrow." Meng Hong's knuckles, grabbing the bottle, turned white as his lips moved, but he didn't speak a word in the end. Yang Kai could see that he really loved Chinyu. He may be reluctant to leave just like that, but if Meng Han remained here, it would only add to his troubles. Yang Kai gave the two Great Moon Province disciples a wink, signaling them to take Meng Hong back to rest. But before they could act, Meng Hong suddenly lifted his head, looking towards the door with excitement. Yang Kai turned his head and found Chunyu standing at the door, looking at Meng Hong with a slightly embarrassed look on her face. She couldn't look straight into his eyes. Meng Hong excitedly got up, his lips parted, but before he could shout "Junior Sister Chen," another person entered through the door. He was handsome and wearing a blue robe. He was fair and had a bright smile on his lips. After entering the store, he put his arm around Chinyu's slender waist without any hesitation and asked, looking at her, "Go on in, why are you standing here?" Yu became a little more embarrassed and started fidgeting. The young man seemed to have noticed something and looked up to see Meng Hong's red eyes, immediately causing him to smile. His arm around Yu's waist tightened as he brought her over, whether Yu liked it or not. He elbowed Xianxia a little as she explained via transmission, that's him. His name is Zhao Xingchen and I've talked to him before. He is very impudent and far from being anything good. Xianxia nodded his acknowledgement with a slight frown. When he heard that Meng Hong's crush had been taken by someone, he didn't care that much about it. It was a matter of love, so although he was a little biased toward Meng Hong, since Yu wasn't interested, Xianxia couldn't do anything about it. To win the heart of a woman like Yu, who lacked a sense of security, only strength mattered. But by the looks of it, no matter what Yu was like, Zhao Xingchen left a very bad impression on Xianxia. Since he had won her heart, he should just be concerned with love and romance. He didn't need to come over and rub salt into Meng Hong's wounded heart. He deliberately assumed this behavior to set up his prestige. It could be seen that Zhao Xingchen had some status in the Star City as when he entered the store, many cultivators got up and cupped their fists, Commander Zhao. Everyone started greeting him one after another. Zhao Xingchen's lips rose as a restrained smile appeared on his lips, but his eyes were filled with pride. He ignored others and went straight to Xianxia's table. He looked at Meng Hong with a smile and continued, "Brother Meng, you are all here." Meng Hong clenched his fist, staring straight at Yu. The latter didn't dare to look him in the eye and just kept her head lowered. "Brother Meng," Zhao Xingchen called out again, his voice slightly colder. Only then did Meng Hong return to his senses. He turned his gaze and squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying as he weakly replied, "Brother Zhao, what are you doing here?" Zhao Xingchen continued, "I brought Yue here to thank Brother Meng for taking care of her until now." Yue said that if it wasn't for Brother Meng, she might have already lost her life when she entered the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. If that's the case, then this Zhao would never gotten to meet Yue. He kept shouting Yue and Yue with extreme affection, but that only caused Meng Hong's face to grow uglier and uglier. Zhao Xingchen seemed to have failed to notice it and gently nudged Yu. "Yue, didn't you say that you wanted to thank Brother Meng?" "Brother Meng is here." Being pushed forward, Yu silently lowered her head. Meng Hong kept staring at her. His mouth opened and closed several times, but he couldn't speak a word. The nearby Great Moon Province disciples glared at Yu in anger. It looked like they couldn't wait to cut Yu into 1,000 pieces. Zhao Xingchen's eyes brightly gleamed as he smilingly kept watching like an outsider. "Senior Brother Meng." After a long time, Yu softly muttered. Meng Hong hurriedly greeted, "Junior Sister Chun." Yu finally looked up at him. "Many thanks, Senior Brother, for taking care of me all the while. Yue will keep it in my heart forever." "I am forever grateful to you," Meng Hong replied. "It was my pleasure. You and I have known each other for so many years. I couldn't do anything for you, just these small things. But I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you in the future. Junior sister, you have to take care of yourself." Meng Hong was slightly trembling when he spoke. Yu lightly nodded. She looked rather obedient. Zhao Xingchen added with a smile, "Brother Meng, don't you worry. This Zhao will never let Yue feel wronged. And I have found a place for her in the city where she will not be in any danger." Meng Hong forced a smile, "Then I will be able to rest assured." Zhao Xingchen added, "Brother Meng, why don't you come and work under me? Scarlet Star is currently expanding and is short on manpower. If Brother Meng can join us, I can't guarantee other things, but within 3 years you will definitely become a team leader." As soon as he offered this, many cultivators in the lobby looked over with envy. Scarlet Star was very popular right now and many people wanted to join it, but not everyone could find the opportunity to. Now Zhao Xingchen guaranteed that he could make Meng Hong a team leader within 3 years, exciting the crowd. They secretly envied Meng Hong for receiving Commander Zhao's favor. "We don't want your help, you hypocrite." A Great Moon Province disciple couldn't stand it any longer and angrily shouted. Meng Hong was their senior brother. Seeing that the woman their senior brother liked snatched by an unscrupulous man who then deliberately came over with that fickle woman to show off was bad enough. Now he actually wanted Meng Hong to work under him? Clearly, this Zhao Xingchen was trying to humiliate Meng Hong. How could they take it anymore? As soon as he said this, Zhao Xingchen's smile instantly became cold as he looked at the person who had just spoken. "What did you say?" The Great Moon Province disciple couldn't help but turn pale. He lost his mind in anger just now. But when he met this reaction, he was naturally a little scared. No matter how evil Zhao Xingchen, no matter how much they hated Chen Yu for harming Meng Hong, Zhao Xingchen was a member of Scarlet Star. Furthermore, he was a commander-level character. How could they offend him? Being questioned by Zhao Xingchen, the disciple didn't dare not say anything. Meng Hong was also taken aback. Zhao Xingchen may be addressing him as brother, but they weren't that close. Now that his junior brother couldn't say anything, he had no choice but to apologize. Brother Zhao, please calm yourself. This bastard is just drunk. Don't take his ramblings to heart. Zhao Xingchen sneered, Brother Meng, rice may be eaten at will, but words may not be spoken indiscriminately. Speaking thoughtlessly may sometimes lead to death. Seeing him still pressing the issue, Meng Hong cupped his fists and added, Brother Zhao, please don't be angry. This Meng has failed to discipline him, but will give him a good lesson later, so that he will learn what to say and what not to. Zhao Xingchen kept glaring at the Great Moon Province disciple, whose scalp began to tingle. After a while, Zhao Xingchen coldly snorted, since Brother Meng says so, then this Zhao will give Brother Meng face and forget this matter. But there will be no next time. Meng Hong couldn't help but heave a sigh before continuing with an apologetic smile. Many thanks, Brother Zhao, for showing mercy. Zhao Xingchen declined to comment. He then turned his attention to Chen Yu and stated, It is fate that we meet today. Since you're all here, why don't you give a toast to them, where? N. Chen Yu obeyed Zhao Xingchen before stepping forward and picking a glass of wine. Meng Hong's face grimaced in pain more and more, seeing her like this. He secretly hated that he wasn't strong enough to provide Chen Yu a safe shelter. All he could do was helplessly watch his beloved jump into another's arms. He was heartbroken. Chen Yu raised her glass as she toasted, staring at Meng Hong. Senior brother, please accept my toast. If you need help in the future, feel free to ask me. Junior sister will not refuse to do what she can. Zhao Xingchen also nodded and added, Good. I, Zhao Xingchen, hold some sway here. If you encounter anything, you can come to me. The Great Moon Province disciples helplessly raised their glasses before downing them in one go. Zhao Xingchen, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai and asked without any fear, Friend, are you not going to give me face? After entering the restaurant, he hadn't paid any attention to Yang Kai, but when Chen Yu gave a toast on his order, only Yang Kai remained still, suddenly becoming conspicuous. He naturally became interested. As for Yu He, who also hadn't raised a glass, he didn't dare to provoke her. After all, she was a fifth-order open heaven realm master. Scarlet Star had always been trying to invite Yu He to join them, even offering her the position of Great Commander without hesitation. Unfortunately, Yu He hadn't given a clear answer. Do I know you? Yang Kai looked at him and indifferently asked, How much is your face worth? He had been sitting here and disinterestedly watching from the sidelines. He didn't want to provoke Zhao Xingchen, so he didn't bother to intervene. But who could have expected Zhao Xingchen to actually provoke him instead? Naturally, Yang Kai wasn't polite to him. Although they were meeting for the first time and he had no idea about Zhao Xingchen, his first impression was terrible. Yang Kai was too lazy to speak politely with him. As soon as Yang Kai said so, Zhao Xingchen's face suddenly sank. Friend, you are really crazy. What's your name? You look unfamiliar. Meng Hong also didn't expect Yang Kai to say something like this, so he hurriedly intervened. Brother Zhao, this is Brother Yang Kai. So you are Yang Kai? Zhao Xingchen's eyes lit up when he heard this. He could help but size up Yang Kai. Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Do you know me? Zhao Xingchen pursed his lips into a smile before cupping his fists and replying, So it is Brother Yang. Forgive this Zhao for being disrespectful just now. Yue has told me much about you. Actually, this Zhao came here today specifically to see you. I didn't expect to meet here. It seems we share some fate. He was acting all close and enthusiastic, even pulling up a chair and sitting down. Meng Hong and the others looked at Chen Yu suspiciously. They had no idea what Zhao Xingchen Yu had told Zhao Xingchen for him to be so enthusiastic towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai also glanced thoughtfully at Chen Yu, who couldn't help but blush and avoid his gaze. After sitting down, Zhao Xingchen placed a barrier around the table, isolating them from the surroundings. Judging by the energy fluctuations leaking from his hand, he was quite strong. a little stronger than Meng Hong and the others. Only then did he lean closer and continue with a bright smile. Brother Yang, Yuer said that you are adept at beast taming and now control a scarlet flood dragon and an earth dragon. I wonder if this is true or false. Meng Hong's face sank when he heard this and looked at Qinyu with reproachful eyes. Qinyu had climbed onto a higher branch, throwing herself into Zhao Xingchen's arms, for which Meng Hong hated himself from preventing. Nonetheless, she shouldn't have revealed information about Yang Kai. Many times, information could make the difference between life and death. What's more, Qinyu had also received Yang Kai's life-saving grace as he had brought her all the way here, yet instead of repaying this favor, she even revealed sensitive information to an outsider. It was tantamount to repaying kindness by stabbing Yang Kai in the back. Qinyu only came to know Yang Kai through him, so Meng Hong was feeling extremely embarrassed. So what if it's true? So what if it's false? Yang Kai flashed Qinyu a meaningful smile, immediately causing her to lower her head with an embarrassed look on her face. Obviously, she also knew that what she had done was shameless and immoral. Zhao Xingchen chuckled. Since Wei said so, it should be true. Brother Yang, you are really something. Beast taming is a superb ability. This Zhao is in admiration. I'll toast to you. While speaking, he raised his glass. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear and didn't even glance at him. Zhao Xingchen's facial muscles twitched slightly, but the next moment he laughed it off as if he didn't care about it. He put down the glass and continued, Brother Yang, it's like this Zhao has an elder sister who heard about this. She's very interested in one of your exotic beasts. She would love to keep one. I wonder if Brother Yang is willing to give it up. Whatever may be the price, I will definitely not disappoint you. Your elder sister wants one? Yang Kai strangely looked at him. Which one does she want? My elder sister is more interested in Scarlet Flood Dragon. Forget the Earth Dragon. Brother Yang, you should know, the Earth Dragon is a little ugly and dirty. Haha. Yang Kai agreed with a nod. True. Zhao Xingchen continued, Brother Yang, please name your price, this Zhao will pay it. In difficult times everyone should be friends. If Brother Yang needs any help in the future, this Zhao will not refuse. Yang Kai refused, shaking his head. I apologize. Neither the Scarlet Flood Dragon or the Earth Dragon are for sale. Zhao Xingchen became anxious after hearing this and raised his hand and offered. Brother Yang, don't be in a hurry to refuse. How about listening to this Zhao's offer before making a decision? Yang Kai still shook his head. I'm not selling, not for any price. Are you really not going to sell? Zhao Xingchen slightly narrowed his eyes. Yang Kai stared at him. I don't want to repeat the same thing thrice. As their gazes met, Zhao Xingchen's eyes turned slightly cold. Yang Kai, on the other hand, remained indifferent. Meng Hong and the others were growing nervous and restless. Only Yu He was smilingly sitting next to Yang Kai, resting her cheek on her palms, looking at him with a sidelong glance. She didn't bat an eye, as if she could never get enough of staring at him. After a while, Zhao Xingchen laughed. Good, since Brother Yang has said so, then this Zhao will have to drop the idea. He then switched the conversation. Let's stop talking about the two exotic beasts. Let's talk about the dragon blood pills. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. You seem to know many things about me. Needless to say, Chun, you must have also revealed the existence of the dragon blood pills. Previously, Yang Kai had refined many such pills, and apart from taking them himself and giving them to Xiao He and Xiao Hong, Meng Hong and the others also enjoyed a few. Taking it in a diluted form would strengthen a cultivator's physique, so it was of great use to anyone. Since Zhao Xingchen knew about the dragon blood pills, how would he not care about them? Ignoring Yang Kai's teasing words, Zhao Xingchen continued with a solemn face. Scarlet Star wants to buy some dragon blood pills. Price is not a problem. We are willing to buy as many as you have. This time, he presented himself as Scarlet Star's representative. In other words, he was acting on Scarlet Star's behalf to discuss this transaction with Yang Kai, trying to pressure him. Scarlet Star wants to buy my dragon blood pills? Yang Kai failed to stifle his laughter. Zhao Xingchen nodded. Indeed, I'm not selling. Yang Kai decisively refused. He finally came across dragon blood flowers that surpassed peak rank after so many years, and spent 4 months refining them all into dragon blood pills. All to improve his bloodline. Why would he take them out and sell them now? They were already insufficient for his own use. Zhao Xingchen seemed to have expected this answer. Hearing this, He indifferently smiled and calmly took a sip of wine and continued in a calm and composed manner. Brother Yang, I heard that you have been in retreat, so you might not be aware of the situation outside. Now, this entire Star City is my Scarlet Star's territory. Once you enter the Star City, you are under my Scarlet Star's jurisdiction. People who don't obey will not be able to live here for long. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile and calmly asked, Are you threatening me? I am just presenting the situation to Brother Yang. Zhao Xingchun put down his glass. Right now, my Scarlet Star has 7 managers. All of them are above the Third Order Open Heaven realm. We also have 3,000 people under our command. To put it bluntly, only a few people can offend our Scarlet Star in the Grand Ancient Ruins boundary. Brother Yang, it must have been very hard for you to reach your current cultivation. You must understand how to correctly appraise your circumstances. Scarlet Star just wants to buy some dragon blood pills from Brother Yang. That's all. Why would Brother Yang remain unreasonable and keep us at arm's length? Having said this, a smile appeared on his face as he continued, Furthermore, as Brother Yang is able to refine dragon blood pills, you must be very proficient in the alchemic Tao. My Scarlet Star lacks geniuses like Brother Yang. This Zhao is willing to recommend you. As long as Brother Yang is willing to become my Scarlet Star's honored guest alchemist, everyone will be one family in the future. Brother Yang, what do you think? After finishing his offer, Zhao Xingchun stared at him with burning eyes. Yang Kai straight out refused. I said I'm not selling, so I'm not selling. Anything you say is useless. Zhao Xingchen's face turned cold. Brother Yang, are you not going to take your time to consider it? I'm afraid Brother Yang will regret it. Yang Kai coldly looked at him. If you dare to speak nonsense again, I will make you regret sitting down. Zhao Xingchen's face turned black. He stood up, glaring at Yang Kai with murderous intent. After a while, he looked at Yu He and suggested, Lady Yu He, why don't you persuade him? Yu He faintly replied with a love-struck look on her face. Whatever young master says is right. I will obey, young master. Good. Zhao Xingchen laughed in anger. Very good. He then clapped and shouted, Guards. A dozen or so people suddenly rushed in and immediately stood behind Zhao Xingchen. Each and every one of them had a magnificent aura. Zhao Xingchen pointed at Yang Kai and his team. This commander suspects that these people are spies planted by other great forces. Apprehend them immediately.